On March 14, 2015, Detectives Brian Bone, Jim Gummert, and Sean McKnight met with Dan Crowley Sr., Kate Crowley, Dan Crowley Jr., Allison Crowley, and Sidra Alam at the Apple Valley Police Station. We presented the facts of the case to the family as of that date, Detective Bone reported. No details or information were withheld. All information was discussed, and all questions were answered to the best of our abilities. The biggest problem is all of the information that the police didn't have at that time. Did they meet with the family after they had everything on October 7, 2015, when the case was ruled exceptionally cleared? Where was the resistance to the exceptionally cleared conclusion? All that stands between the baseless accusations and the people looking for answers is us. We're the only hope at getting to the truth now. Everyone else has failed to bring us the truth. Where is the truth movement here? Where are the Oath Keepers? Where are the 3%ers? We Are Change? The Ron Paul Revolution? The next revolution will not be televised, probably because it has already been infiltrated by informants and spies and gatekeepers and traitors. For years we have been told that we are the resistance. But what exactly are we resisting? Do we recognize tyranny when we see it? Do we still believe a man is innocent until proven guilty, whether he is dead or not? Our silence is compliance, and our vigilance is irrelevant if we avoid the simple truths. Case closed? I don't think so. Unless you can prove David Crowley guilty, this case will never be closed. It's time to choose a side. A long time ago, the Gray State trailer told you you need to stand now or kneel forever. Today I am reminding you to stand now for David Crowley and his family, and keep standing or kneel forever and drown in a pool of shame. Those who panic and those who lie fade away first. Those who support getting justice for David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley will stand forever. Do not resist, and truth persist. Do not stray into the night. Stand in the light. You have nothing to fear when you keep Jesus Christ near. Why would anybody rule this case exceptionally cleared? And yet on October 7, 2015, that's exactly what the Apple Valley Police Department did. With everything that they had, knowing all that they knew, and they still closed the case and tried to lead everyone to think that David Crowley was a murderer, a child killer, a domestic abuser, someone who snapped and went crazy. One of the biggest questions that I get all the time, well, if David didn't do it, then who did? It's a fair question. I would also answer that with a question, I guess. If David did it, where's the evidence? Is one question more valid than the other? I believe so. I don't believe we have to prove somebody else did this to prove David Crowley didn't do this. I think they're two separate questions, both very important, both questions that need to be answered. But if we cannot answer the first question, which is what proves David Crowley guilty, then we have to understand that that means he's not guilty. And yes, that means someone else is. But are we to believe that if we can't find who the real killer or killers are here, then we just accept the accusations against David Crowley? That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem logical, in the words of Spock. It doesn't seem rational. It's definitely not the way that this country is supposed to work. If we're innocent until proven guilty, then we need to respect that. Law enforcement needs to respect that and to enforce that. It's a big responsibility to accuse somebody and not be able to back it up. What is it based on? What are the accusations against David Crowley based on? In the beginning, just like with David and Kamel's family, they probably were told everything that the police knew up until that point, up until March 14th, 2015. But let's take a look at what they knew. What did police know on March 14th, 2015? What could they have told David and Kamel's family at that point? Knowing that they were still waiting for the autopsy reports. They were still waiting for the BCA lab results. They were still waiting for David's Dropbox information. It wasn't even until March 24th, 2015 that Detective Brian Bone received a copy of those autopsy reports. As of April 17, 2015, Detective Bone also reported, I have still not received results from the BCA regarding fingerprints, and I have not heard from Dropbox. On April 24th, Detective Bone received and began to review the contents of David's Dropbox accounts. You want to take a guess what he found? I'll let you figure that one out. It wasn't until May 5th, 2015, that all of the Dropbox files had been gone through. Guess what evidence they found to prove David Crowley guilty? This is closing the case? They didn't receive the firearms report until June 2nd, 2015. The bloody latent print tests on the alleged murder weapon were inconclusive when they got the results back on August 5th, 2015. They went through all of the electronics. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force reviewed all electronic items. Guess what they found? Yet, with that conclusion of not finding anything, they just say David is guilty. Here's what Detective Bone says. Throughout this investigation, the ABPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. Listen to that statement. Reread that statement. Throughout this investigation, the ABPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. So you would expect to find maybe a list of things that the Apple Valley Police can say prove David Crowley is guilty. You would expect to see that when Tom Lydon talks to them. You would expect to see a final summary saying this is based on this ABCDEFG. This is why David Crowley is guilty. What they're really saying is because we couldn't find ABCDEFG and because we couldn't find ABCDEFG for anybody else, David Crowley is guilty. You see how twisted that sounds? See how dumb they think we are? You see how easily some people can be tricked, can be fooled, can be led blindly to believe something that is not true. It's very easy when you look at this case. It can happen to all of us. But if it happened to you, it's time to rethink your view on David Crowley, to rethink your view on this case. Choose a side and choose wisely. There will come a day when people who don't understand now will understand that David Crowley has not been proven guilty and cannot be proven guilty. If the only rebuttal is that we've been unable to prove anybody else guilty, that's an argument made by a very weak person. A strong-minded person, a wise person, would not make such an argument. A strong-minded person and a wise person would recognize if there's nothing to prove David Crowley guilty, then he's innocent. And yes, that's why many people have been looking for who did this and why. And why all of the other weird stuff surrounding it afterwards. But it all boils down to the same thing. Innocent until proven guilty. Then you start looking at how quickly people were accusing David. Even after looking at all of this information, by the time 2016 comes, everybody has chosen sides. Everyone who was able to look at the evidence, everyone who was able to look at the autopsies, to look at the DNA proof, to look at the fingerprints, the firearms. What side did you choose and why? I hope there's still many people that are on the sidelines that have not chosen a side yet, but it's time. It is really time to choose a side. Stand with us or cower forever. And we'll wait. All right, wrapping this up here, let's talk a little bit about the term exceptionally cleared. It does not mean guilty. It really doesn't. If it did, we would have a lot more. Exceptionally cleared. Now, I contacted the Apple Valley Police Department to find out what exceptionally cleared meant and got the following response. Exceptionally cleared indicates the case is satisfactorily concluded and prosecution of the suspect or suspects is not being sought. These cases may have been referred to another agency for follow-up. Victim may have withdrawn complaint, parents to handle discipline, or a verbal warning issued in minor offenses. I also asked, would this include if the suspect is deceased? Likely, yes. Are you confused yet? Are things becoming a little more clear in the midst of that confusion? Think about that. Think about where we are, why we're here, and how it really doesn't take much effort to keep understanding, to keep on this case, and to keep reminding people and letting new people know there's nothing to prove David guilty. He is innocent. Who can declare that he's not? Who can prove that he's not? The burden of proof is there. I mean, that's where it needs to be. If you're going to accuse David Crowley, you have to be able to back it up, or you just look foolish. And you have shown your hand. You've shown your true colors. Unless you're scared. Unless you're scared of something or somebody or some power. It doesn't make sense to me why you would assume David Crowley is guilty and stick to it. Enjoy the silence, I suppose. I don't know how you could enjoy it. Sometimes to look outward, we have to look inward. We have to look within ourselves. With a case like this, you do have to look within yourself. What type of a person do you want to be? What type of a human do you want to be? If you want to be a good person, if you want to be a decent person, an honest person, a truthful person, here's a litmus test. Here is something that is really simple to digest, to dig into. We've made it very simple. It's one question, two questions. One, is David Crowley guilty? Two, who did this? The two go hand in hand, definitely. But, you don't have to answer one to answer the other. But being wise, thinking logically, thinking rationally, you do want to start with the accusations against David Crowley. So the police are concluding by saying that because we couldn't find any evidence that anybody else did this, David must be guilty. The question is, did they look? And how deep did they look? How much could they have possibly looked if within a day, within 24 hours, if not less, they are accusing David Crowley of being guilty and saying the public is not in any danger? That should raise some red flags right there. And it definitely does. So closing the case? I don't think it's closed. What do you think?
Say hi, Mommy.
Hey, Mommy.
Okay, now we're going to do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Go!
Ah, so skinny. Oh, you don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh. It's too skinny.
Minnesota filmmaker and United States Army veteran David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. Initially, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in the case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally cleared. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The gray stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. blood spatter in the living room was mostly on the ground, according to BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD-40 handgun, labeled as Item 1A, with a rubber hoe grip sleeve, was found cocked on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was found approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. The presence of blood was found on the grip, Item 1A-1, the slide, Item 1A-2, the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the muzzle, Item 1A-4 of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood found on the magazine was labeled as Item 1B-1. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the magazine, Item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as Item 1B1 and Item 1B2. Item 1C is an unspent cartridge found in the chamber of the handgun. Latent prints were not found on these 3 items. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from Item 1, and Item 1E is listed as test-fired specimens from Item 1. Hairs and fibers found on the gun and magazine were labeled as Item 1A-5 and Item 1B-2. Latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison. 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to latent print results, no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in latent print. Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall about this latent fingerprint. He agreed, Kostrowski wrote. It could be 1 or 2 prints, plus that LMP was unusual, coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. The crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges, Detective Bone reported. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. According to Detective Bone, the BCA crime scene team processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. These results did not include Item 53, which rolled out of a living room carpet on January 20th, nor did they include Item 57, which was found in the attic above the living room ceiling. The results of the laboratory firearms determined that Item 1, which is David's gun, fired items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37, which was 6 Smith & Wesson .40 caliber cartridge cases, and items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57, which were 6 bullets. Comparative examinations of Item 31, a bullet fragment, against test-fired bullets from Item 1 and Item 57 were performed with the following results. Item 57 against Item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that Item 1 fired 31. Examinations of items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from Winchester PXD-1 brand cartridges. Images of a test-fired cartridge case from Item 1 were entered into the Minnesota Firearms Database. A search of the database failed to review any items that matched Item 1. If future searches of the database reveal a potential match with Item 1, your agency will be notified and further comparisons can be made. That's from the BCA 485 page document on page 31. So according to the BCA firearms report, Item 57 against Item 31 show the presence of matching features. This means Item 1 fired Item 31. And we'll get to more of that when we talk about in our next show. We'll talk about the cartridge casings and the cartridges and the unspent rounds and Item 31, which is labeled as a bullet fragment. The bullets. Based on the firearms report completed May 22, 2015, the gun, Item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. Item 2 is a cartridge casing found at the corner of the east edge of the carpet near the recliner. Item 3 is a cartridge casing found on the east side of the living room hardwood floor next to a short wooden stool. Item 9 is a cartridge casing found on the south side of the living room carpet. Item 30 is a cartridge casing found on the living room hardwood floor closest to the south wall. Item 36 is a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand on the south end of the living room carpet. Item 37 is a cartridge casing found on the west side of the living room carpet next to the couch. The spent cartridges found on the west side of the living room carpet on January 17, 2015 are labeled as Item 42, Item 43, and Item 44. All 3 spent cartridges were found close to the living room couch with hair on them. Test results for all 3 items showed a single source DNA profile matching Kamel while excluding Rania and David as possible contributors. Item 42 weighed 167.96 grams, contained a blood-like and hair-like substance with expanded damage to the nose of the spent cartridge. Item 43 weighed 179.56 grams and also had a blood-like substance but no hair. The nose of the spent cartridge was damaged and partially exposed. A blood-like substance was also observed on Item 44. This spent cartridge weighed 130.24 grams, with its nose listed as damaged. Item 45 is a spent cartridge found in the south wall of the basement. This spent cartridge weighed 173.90 grams. The nose was listed as damaged and partially expanded. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath the rug, Joe Cooksley reported. Chemical testing of the hole in the wood floor also failed to detect the presence of lead. This bullet traveled into the living room carpet, pierced through the hardwood floor, leaving behind bullet fragments, and then lodged itself into the south wall of the basement. A section of the drywall around the lodged bullet was cut in order to retrieve Item 45. When the styrofoam behind the drywall was removed, a bullet was observed, according to Joe Cooksley. A DNA profile was not found on Item 45. Additionally, Joe Cooksley discussed running trajectory tests on the spent cartridge with BCA specialist Chris Olson. He didn't feel it was necessary, Cooksley wrote in his notes. It should be noted here that 2 spent cartridges labeled as item 53 and 57 were found by accident on 2 separate occasions, days and weeks after the bodies were removed from the house. The others. Item 31 is labeled as a bullet fragment found near the south edge of the living room carpet. Item 7 is the unspent round compressed into the living room carpet. Several thin hairs covered the live round. Strands of hair and pieces of flesh were found close to this bullet. DNA tests were never performed on item 7. According to BCA forensic scientist Rebecca Aldian, BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley indicated that analysis is not needed on item 7. Once the processing of the crime scene was completed between January 17th and 18th, investigators left the house with 4 spent cartridges instead of 6. Of the 4 bullets recovered from the scene, only 3 had blood on them, only Kamel's blood. Authorities missed 2 bullets when they left the house on January 18th. Those 2 bullets will be covered in detail. On January 20th, 2015, Biotech Emergency Services, the company hired to clean the crime scene, was in the process of removing items from the residence when a mushroom bullet, item 53, rolled out of the living room carpet. This spent cartridge has some white material on the surface, weighed 169.54 grams, and was found with an expanded nose. It should be noted, according to Detective Bone, that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mushroom portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. Item 53-1 is a swabbing of item 53. Hairs found on the bullet were labeled as item 53-2. This bullet contained a blood mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Rania. Interestingly, David and Kamel were excluded from being contributors to the newly found bullet. Based on those results, authorities should have been looking for a second DNA profile. Unlike some other results, it is not stated that 99% of the general population can be excluded from contributing to the blood mixture of item 53. Since authorities did not discover the spent round on their own, we will never know where item 53 landed after allegedly killing Rania Crowley. What we know for sure is that item 53 rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th, 2015. What we still need to know is the source of the missing DNA profile or profiles associated with this bullet. Item 57. On February 17, 2015, investigators were notified about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. Based on that information, authorities returned to the Crowley residence on February 18th and found a bullet, item 57, in the attic above the living room. The bullet weighed 180.18 grams and is the heaviest of all 6 spent rounds. Like item 45 and item 53, white material was also observed on this spent cartridge. The nose of the bullet was partially expanded. Characteristics of the hole, BCA crime scene lead Joe Cooksley wrote in his report, and its surrounding area indicated that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. After examining the bullet in the living room ceiling, authorities found item 57 in the attic above the living room near the front door. There was no blood on this bullet, but the nuclear DNA profile matched David Crowley. The DNA profile did not match Kamel or Rania. An email exchange between BCA analyst Catherine Roach and Detective Tommy Booth stated that no one had been charged with committing a double murder-suicide. "Good morning, Catherine," Detective Booth wrote on February 17, 2015 at 8:04 a.m. "Nobody has been charged in this case, so I'm giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work. Attempting to connect item 57 to the alleged murder weapon, authorities compared the bullet recovered to a bullet fragment found in the living room labeled as item 31. Originally, the bullet fragment labeled item 31 was not included in the firearms examinations. I spoke with Joe Cooksley, BCA analyst Lisa Kinsella wrote on April 14, 2015 at 10:14 a.m. regarding item 31 labeled as bullet fragment or fragments. It isn't included in the FA assignment. We discussed that I will add item 31 to the FA assignment to document it and examine it for suitability comparative exams. The bullet fragment labeled item 31 weighed 19.14 grams. The fragment was noted to have a hair-like substance and a torn jacket. The fragment was compared to items 42, 44, 45, 53, and 57, but not to item 43. According to the BCA firearms report, item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired item 31. I'm not sure how that connects item 57 to the gun, but you can look at the laboratory results here. Since item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features, this means that item 1 fired item 31. According to a report written by Detective Shane Klokanos, a MacBook Pro was located in the kitchen. The device was found to be powered on and active. After the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension had completed processing it for physical evidence, I turned the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. There was a text document on the desktop of this device titled Myth that had the words, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Later examination of this device showed this text document had last been saved on December 14, 2014 at 4:10 p.m. But an autosave version of this document, the open document, had been last saved on December 25, 2014 at 1:18 p.m. Texting on a different Apple MacBook found that text documents created, then saved and opened at a later time and had changes made to the document will be autosaved after 60 seconds of inactivity. This computer was kept in its awake state and transported to the ECU by Detective Olson for forensic examination. The laptop, labeled as AV-8, was opened to a black screen on the kitchen island when authorities entered the house. The device was plugged into a power outlet just above the kitchen sink, and the screen was black. Love was written on the laptop cover. Blood and partial fingerprints were visible on the laptop surface and keyboard. Several bloodstains were visible on the kitchen island counter next to the laptop. When the laptop was swabbed for DNA purposes, the black screen awoke to reveal a text message reading, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." I was not certain if this note was saved or otherwise date or timestamped, Detective Brian Bone reported. The note was not signed and was in the format of a typed note. Authorities assumed the message was written by David Crowley, but that assumption remains unproven. 3 areas of bloody ridge detail were identified on the laptop and labeled as A, B, and C. Of the 3 areas, only area A was sufficient for latent print analysis. Item 54 is a CD of 25 NEF images of latent prints found on the laptop. A digital latent palm print of area A was then labeled as LP54-1. LP54-1 was searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network database, and no suitable candidate was generated. Additionally, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP54-1. Item 23 is blood swabbed on the surface of the laptop. DNA results tie the blood to Kamel while excluding David and Rania. According to Joe Cooksley, the item 23 bloodstain was in close proximity to apparent bloody ridge detail. A chemical was used to enhance the ridge detail. The ridge detail was documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Blood found on the A key of the laptop was swabbed and labeled as item 24. Though collected and itemized, the blood on the A key was not submitted for DNA testing. The blood wall. BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley noted no latent prints observed on writing in blood on west living room wall. Item 11 is a swab of the blood writing on the living room wall. Specifically, this item is the second A in Ala'u. The blood pointed to a single source matching Kamel while excluding David and Rania. The writing appeared to be in blood, Detective Brian Bone wrote in his report, and written with somebody's hand and fingers, as you can see individual finger marks in the writing. Similarly, the B in Akbar was swabbed and labeled as item 12. However, item 12 was not tested for a DNA source, which is interesting since Joe Cooksley requested DNA analysis on both items 11 and 12. Item 40 is the pin found next to the notepad on the computer desk. Blood found on the grip of the pin was labeled as item 40-1. The pin was not one of the items submitted for nuclear DNA testing. The pin was not one of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison to David Crowley. So how do we know David used the pen to write on the notepad nearby? Item 41 is the notepad found on the computer desk in the office bedroom. Authorities found the notepad flipped open to page 30 of 59. On page 30 were 2 strange, unexplained sentences. The first was, "Open the Rise most recent version." The second message was, "Submit to Allah now." Neither of these 2 messages were ever labeled as suicide notes by authorities. More importantly, who can prove David wrote the 2 messages? Bloody visual ridge detail was found on the following pages: 41A-30 back, 41A-31 front and back, 41A-31-30, 41A-31-1, 41A-32 front, 41A-33 front, 41A-34 front, possible RD, 41A-58 back. Items 41A-35, 41A-36, and 41A-37 had minimal apparent blood on the bottom edges. BCA analyst Jennifer Kostrowski's notes dated July 14, 2015 states she spoke with Joe Cooksley about which items should be processed for latent prints. Kostrowski was told it was sufficient to only process pages with RD in apparent blood. Other pages returned to item packaging, no LP processing on item 41. Results of the alternate light source examination were conclusive. Examinations of the front and back cover of the notebook, item 41, and the 59 pages that were originally within the notebook, items 41A-1 through 41A-59, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Item 41-1 is blood found on the front cover of the notepad. This could mean the notepad was closed before 2 messages on page 30 were written. The item was never tested. Item 41-2 is blood found on page 30 of the notepad. 2 sentences were written on that page. Open the Rise most recent version and submit to Allah now. The blood on this page contained a mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Kamal. David and Rania were excluded from being possible contributors to the blood tested on page 30. So who is the source of the other DNA profile or profiles? Regarding the latent print examinations, item 41A-30 is page 30 of the notepad. LP 41A30-1 is a latent impression, finger/palm, observed on page 30. Latent print results were inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Similarly, item 41A-31 is page 31 of 59. LP 41A31-1 is a latent fingerprint on page 31, which was identified as David's left middle finger. This is the only conclusive connection between David and the notepad. Separately, 2 SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of the spiral notepad were examined and labeled as item 41A-20A. Item 41A-21A consisted of 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of the spiral notepad. Can we safely assume pages 20 and 21 were the only notepad pages with indented impressions? Handwriting comparisons between what was written on the notepad and the writings on the refrigerator door and checkbook in the kitchen never happened. 3 pages, labeled as 41A-39, 41A-40, and 41A-41, were warped from being wet from something. These are the 3 writings found inside of the Crowley home on January 17, 2015. The recliner. What happened at this recliner? The blood on the recliner, item 34, wasn't examined, even though there was a huge blood stain on the bottom left corner. Considering the huge circular stain in the image, I was surprised authorities decided not to swab the item. Hair and small blood stains were also present on the upper right portion of the recliner, but not mentioned in reports. The blood on the recliner does not line up with where the 3 bodies were found. BCA 4984 shows this recliner in its reclined state. This is one of the largest blood stains in the living room and at the crime scene. How did this blood get there? Whose blood is associated with it, and why? And why was it never tested? This blood stain shows somebody's body was moved at some point, but by who? The gunshots. Of the 12 neighbors that were interviewed about the Crowley family, only 2 neighbors reported hearing gunshots: Colin Prochnow and Alan Olson. Colin lived 1 house left of the Crowleys. Alan Olson lived behind the Crowley family on Lowell Drive. According to police reports, Colin Prochnow reportedly heard gunshots between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Prochnow was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Prochnow also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported. but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything, and checked out the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The second neighbor who heard gunshots was Alan Olson, who lived on the street behind David Crowley. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Alan's wife, Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard, quote, 3 rapid-fire shots from somewhere outside their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he heard the shots. How many gunshots should have been heard? 6, if the fragment, item 37, belonged to one of the 4 spent rounds found on January 17, 2015. Yet there was a maximum of 3 possible shots heard sometime between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. 3 rapid-fire shots, not 6. 3 shots could have accounted for what's in Kamel and Ranya's autopsies. The reports state Kamel was shot twice and Ranya was shot once. But that doesn't line up with the DNA results, which show there were 3 bullets tied to Kamel, and another bullet was tied to Ranya and an unknown DNA profile. If the 3 bullets tied to the 3 rapid-fire shots were truly tied to the deaths of Kamel and Ranya, that still leaves 3 bullets fired after their deaths. Only one of those bullets would account for David's death. Another bullet was fired into the floor of the living room, landing in the south basement wall. But that still leaves a bullet found close to Kamel, which only has her DNA blood on it. How could this bullet only have Kamel's blood, considering where the bodies were found? Let's take a look at the simple truth here. Kamel was shot at least twice, ruling out a suicide on her part. If Kamel died last, which is something we will consider in a future episode, there is no way she could have killed herself. The autopsies state Kamel was shot twice, but DNA results have her blood and only her blood on 3 bullets. Ranya was found on top of Kamel's back leg. If Ranya was shot where they say she was, it's possible some of that blood should have been on one of those 3 bullets tied to Kamel. Yet the bullet tied to Ranya completely rules out Kamel and David as contributors, but does include an unknown DNA source. So the bullet tied to Ranya did not just have Ranya's DNA on it. Another simple truth is that neighbors did not hear 6 fired shots in the area. Of the 12 neighbors who were interviewed by the police, only 2 of them reported hearing any type of shots or fireworks between December 2nd and December 31st, 2014. What Colin Prochnow heard on December 9th or December 10th is not relevant to the deaths of David, Kamel, and Ranya Crowley, for the simple fact that David, Kamel, and Ranya Crowley were still alive on December 9th and December 10th. That still leaves Alan Olson. He was certain he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots between December 24th and New Year's Eve. Rapid fire, 3 shots. That leaves 3 gunshots he did not hear. But if those 3 rapid-fire shots came from the same gun, what targets did they hit? And does that line up with DNA results? Perhaps. But only if someone's body was moved at some point, then placed later where the first responders found them. In the end, no one heard 6 shots. They should have. But that doesn't mean that there were not shots fired in the house between late December of 2014 and mid-January of 2015. The order of deaths and the body placement will be covered soon. What do we know about David Crowley? David Crowley was accused of a double murder-suicide. He was accused of murdering his wife, his daughter, and then committing suicide. The bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were found on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours, David Crowley was being accused of a double murder-suicide. Those accusations are baseless. They were baseless then, and they are baseless now. What do we know about David Crowley? What do we know about Kamel Crowley? Kamel and her sister were born on a United States military base in Saudi Arabia. Once her father left his position with the U.S. military, Detective Jim Gummert reported, they returned to live in Pakistan, where her mother and father were originally born. The Alam family stayed in Pakistan until Kamel was 17 years old and then moved to Texas. Kamel then met David while attending Baylor University, a private Christian university in Waco, Texas. David grew up in Owatonna, Minnesota. David and Mitch Heil became best friends in 2000 while attending Owatonna High School. In 2004, David and Mitch joined the United States Army together on June 22nd. David's place of entry into active duty is listed as Fort Snelling in Minnesota. According to Mitch Heil, both he and David were sent to Fort Banning in Georgia for Army basic training. After completing basic combat training, David was sent to Germany. David Crowley served in the United States Army for a total of 5 years, 2 months, and 22 days, beginning on January 22, 2004, and ending on September 13, 2009. 3 years, 3 months, and 15 days of service were listed under the Foreign Service section of his Release from Active Duty Form, DD Form 214. David's home of record at the time of entry into service was his dad's home in Owatonna, and he was released from service at Fort Hood Army Base in Texas. According to Mitch Heil, Detective Tommy Booth reported, David was first deployed to Iraq. David was in Iraq from November 2, 2005 to November 11, 2006. While deployed in Iraq, Detective Booth continued, David had gone through a traumatic incident where an IED had blown up the Humvee that he was in. When the IED had blown up the Humvee, David had to save one of his teammates and lost several members of his team while over in Iraq. Islam is a religion of peace, David wrote in a Facebook group on February 7, 2007. But where's the peace in trying to kill anyone who isn't a Muslim? They are not about love, they're about victory. Is Allah insisting that a good Muslim should murder people who are different? They have been brought up in a place where sectarian violence is simply a way of life, and blindly follow their leaders into a violent religious frenzy. They fight for a God that is not behind what they do. But even more so, they fight for key political leaders who use the masses for their own ends, just as you guys are saying our government is doing to us. But if these statements are true, At least ours is geared towards peace and charity, not violence without end. David has been to at least 11 countries. Dude, I've killed people in service of my homeland, David wrote during a Facebook group discussion on February 6, 2007, and have been to more countries than you have fingers. As a soldier on the ground, David wrote in the group discussion on February 3, 2007, I have seen enormous resources put into the betterment of the general Iraq populace, be it school installations or medical functions or whatever. After David's tour in Iraq, he was sent to Texas, where he hoped to wait out his term of service and leave the army. That's when David met Kamel. 6 weeks after they met, David and Kamel were married. The paperwork was filed on May 14, 2008, and the marriage was official 8 days later on May 22, 2008. Instead of being allowed to leave the army, David was stop-lossed, involuntary extension of service, and shipped off to Afghanistan from June 26, 2008 to June 11, 2009. According to David's records, he was retained in service 449 days for the convenience of the government per 10 USC 12305. Kamel lived with her parents while David was in Afghanistan. Kamel graduated from Baylor University with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Family and Consumer Sciences on May 15, 2009. 2 months after David was released from active service, Rania Crowley was born. The daughter of David and Kamel came into the world at 6:38 p.m. on August 6, 2009. Rania weighed 5 pounds, 11 ounces, measuring 8 centimeters in length. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved to Minnesota shortly after David left the military. David Crowley and Mitch Heil then enrolled in the Minnesota School of Business together in 2009. The two men also started 2 businesses in 2009, Hothead Productions and Bullet Exchange. My work with Hothead Productions, David wrote on his LinkedIn profile, included writer, director, post-production supervisor, composer, branding, marketing, client relations, pre-production, storyboard artist, visual effects artist, logo design animation, title animation, social media campaign manager, location shoots, camera operation, family headshot model event photographer, and website designer content manager. We also tackled professional photography, doing events, family headshot production, and model and fashion. Lots of graphic artwork in this arena as well. David also explained the origins of Bullet Exchange. My partner Mitch Heil and I began Bullet Exchange to service the Minneapolis film community's potential for realistically dressed and equipped military components in film. We provided authentic props and costuming services, as well as serving as prop master, armorer, range cadre, stunt choreographer, actor trainer, and military consultant for concept and script. I also was in charge of the company's marketing, client relations, and media and branding. The Bullet Exchange remains the only resource in the Midwest for authentic police and military equipment rentals specifically tailored for film and theater. David volunteered at the Progreria Research Foundation as a language translator from October of 2009 until May of 2010. David assisted with translations of Western research documents to Urdu script for clinical use in Karachi. Kamel Crowley purchased a Springfield XD-40 caliber handgun, serial number US 163310, on July 25, 2009. The purchase was made via check in the amount of $508.76 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. The same gun was later sold by David Crowley on June 17, 2012 to someone named David Stark. On November 8, 2009, David and Kamel completed the permit to carry a handgun course with Eric D. Packizer. Mr. Packizer is a certified firearms instructor for Quorum Security, Inc. in Minnesota. Mr. Packizer was also featured in David Crowley's documentary, Gray State: The Rise. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin said that he now knows that they were bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home and explained what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017, and the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in, without heads and things like that. You just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Kamel and Ron and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and then I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the three bodies were David, Kamel, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Prochnow then went home and dialed 911. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher, and one like the head is eaten off. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Colin Prochnow then called 911 and asked if police could do a welfare check at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. I looked through the front window, Colin relayed to the dispatcher, and there's like 3 dummies on the floor. I don't think there are any bodies, but it just looks like there's a gun next to one. A handgun? I saw one body that was probably, maybe 6 to 8 feet away from the window. And then I noticed that there was another body maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one. And I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms. At 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom arrived at the crime scene. There, he saw Colin Prochnow standing in Lorraine Tuppy's driveway. Mr. Prochnow approached the officer, stating there were 3 bodies in the living room of the Crowley home. Sergeant Dahlstrom then approached the front window and looked inside the residence. I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window, Sergeant Dahlstrom wrote in his supplemental report. I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies. I advised dispatch of my findings, Sergeant Dahlstrom continued, and requested the channel be restricted to emergency traffic. Officer Tara Becker was the second responder to arrive at the crime scene. Sergeant Dahlstrom advised me that there were in fact 3 deceased parties that could be seen from the large picture window at the front of the residence. Officer Becker did not report seeing the bodies in any of her supplemental reports we received. Officer John Broughton arrived third. While all 3 officers were standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Officer Broughton was the first officer to check the back of the house. I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry, Broughton documented. The backyard is fenced in with a chain-link fence, and the gates were closed but not locked. Officer Broughton entered the backyard and saw fresh animal tracks in the snow. Signs of forced entry were not found on any backyard windows, but there was an open door. The rear sliding patio door was found open slightly 1/4 inch, wrote Broughton. I opened the door and found that it was not locked or secured with the bar lock. Paleo continued to bark as Broughton opened the rear slider. When I opened the patio door, there was an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. One light was on in the dining room, Broughton continued. The Christmas tree lights and other strings of Christmas tree lights were still on. After walking around the back of the house, Officer Broughton looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. They were all badly decomposed, Broughton wrote in his report. One adult body was laying on its back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. The second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. Between 2 adult bodies was the body of a small child. In 2012, David graduated with the Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Digital, Video, and Media Production. After 2 years in the making, the Gray State movie trailer was released to the public on August 7, 2012. A month after its release, David Crowley was interviewed by the Freedom Fiends talk radio show. The interview, conducted by Michael W. Dean, came out on September 15, 2012. The Gray State movie trailer cost David Crowley and Mitch Heil $6,000 to make. That's just out of pocket through our production company, David explained to Michael Dean. That's just money spent harnessing the actors to our set and getting the props that we needed. But we spent another year in post-production, doing 17-hour days. So how do you put a price tag on that, really? The story of Gray State continually evolved. It's gotten deeper, David said of the Gray State story. It's gotten very much darker. So people, when they see this, their response is, as I knew they would be, they're very divided. First of all, they're very supportive, like, wow, this is like a future scenario that we can face, that we are facing right now unless we wake up. Then what they want to do is they want to assign their responsibility for activism to my project and assume that that's what I want to do, is wake people up with Gray State, when in fact I can't make any such moral distinction because I'm a filmmaker. I'm an artist. What I'm going to do is explore human truths, and I can do so through a pretty messed up context like the Gray State world. But how real or not real it is completely irrelevant. What I'm saying is, David clarified to the host, people kind of expect me to tell their story, their version of truth with Gray State, and that's not my intent. If it resonates with truth with you, that is great. If it doesn't, that's also great. But what I've been seeing is that the 3% or so who really hate Gray State, they don't hate it because it was shot poorly, or that story could never work, and here's why. They hate it because it threatens them. It threatens their reality. And that just tells me that what I'm doing is close to the truth, at least, because they're that threatened by it. I think that the reality that most people live in is almost like a religion. Like if you challenge a Christian or a Muslim who just grew up believing what they believe, they don't know how to defend it logically. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative response to defend their reality. And that's just the nature of humanity, I think. So what I'm seeing is their reaction to Gray State is either very positive or very negative. It is a very polarized argument. David made it clear he was not interested in selling the Gray State project unless it was for serious money. If a studio bought this project, David said to the host, it would just get put on a shelf or be drastically changed from its original message. So in the interest of maintaining creative control, I will not sell the project. However, if it goes nowhere, and someone's offering me $200 million or something awesome like that, who knows? I got to feed the monkey. But as it stands right now, I want to get this film funded, and I will get it made for whatever budget I can get. If that means 500,000, great. If that means 25 million, like it needs, then that's great too. But this movie will get made, even if it's a long-term haul. When Michael W. Dean asked if the eventual movie would have a happy ending, David responded by asking the host a question. What do you think? You tell me. I would guess and hope that it probably has a triumphant ending, Dean answered. But it's the hero standing on a pile of bodies, some of them people he knew. That's pretty close, David admitted. That's pretty astute. I'm proud of you. There will be a pile of bodies. You won't know who's going to end up in that pile when you're watching it. A film has to follow convention. A film has to follow convention. It has to follow that storytelling formula. Otherwise, the story doesn't work. But once you know the rules, you can break the rules. And Gray State breaks the rules in that it's not only immediately physical, it's interdimensional. It's very layered. It's spiritual at times, without adhering to any sort of Western philosophy. But it's deep. It's taken me a long time to craft this story. And while it might not be a physically surface level happy ending, anyone who's paying attention will extract some real values from the ending. The Gray State trailer did not put David Crowley in debt. It's all paid for. We paid cash for everything. If Gray State takes off and starts to pay the bills, that'll be sweet. Otherwise, it would have to take a back burner while we make a living. David also explained the filming process for the movie trailer. We wanted to do it for real, but a lot of it was guerrilla, unfortunately. A lot of the scenes we did, it was like it had the real scale of a real production. So a lot of them, yes, we went to the city. We got permits. We hired cops to babysit for us for a few hours, and we did it for real. But a lot of the stuff was just guerrilla, just because we couldn't get a hold of the city liaison who does that stuff, or they didn't know what to do. It was only a 3-second shot anyways. So there's a couple things like that, but by and large, it was a real production. Minneapolis is a bitch to deal with, David continued. They want to charge you like $150 an hour, even if you're just a freelance photographer. The initial park scene we shot in guerrilla style, just real quick. But the St. Paul people, Twin Cities is Minneapolis and St. Paul, those guys are a delight to deal with. They'll give you a cop. They'll make all the communications for you, and they'll set it up for you. And all you got to do is send them a check at the end of the day. During the interview, David Crowley was asked if he had made any enemies as a result of the Gray State project. I do know that I've already made a lot of enemies, Crowley responded, and that this was a long time ago, actually. I made enemies just by releasing little bits and talking to people about my idea for this film, long before it was even released as a trailer. And I have made no shit enemies just because they don't want to hear it, and a lot of them have been family. Not my family, but I'm talking about other actors who've spoken to their family about it and people who don't want to hear it. And what they do is they assign well, that can't be real, so it's going to be a terrible movie, so I don't want to hear anything about it. But I wonder if they thought the same thing about Toy Story. Like, hey, toys don't talk. This movie sucks. So the negative reaction has largely been not reputable. So it's just been a lot of silly banter about, I'm a Zionist pig and don't support my film. Michael Dean also asked if Crowley had ever been contacted by a government agency. If I were contacted by a government agency, David responded, I would not know about it. So I can't really answer that question. I'm sure that I have been. A lot of the reactions I'm getting about the trailer, they want to peg me as some kind of Zionist Jew, I guess, because my name is David. I guess that's proof enough for them. My lead actor's name is Danny Mason. Oh, you mean like Freemasons? So they want to develop their own conspiracy theories. They want to say the whole film is COINTELPRO. I'm just trying to develop lists to put them on. It's all very, very silly. David also mentioned being accused of being a Marxist. Asked if he's a Christian, David responded, I am. I am, but I don't know where to draw that line between what I've been taught my whole life and what is probably more closer to the truth, if that makes sense. I've done a lot of spiritual exploration. I tend to end at the same answers, though. David also addressed the critics and negative responses to his project. A lot of people say that Gray State is just fear porn, and they're not going to support it. And it's fear mongering and stuff like that. Just because Gray State is scary doesn't make it fear porn. Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley, 2012. The Quran. A Quran was found on the living room floor, open to page 995. Of the several torn Quran pages found on the living room floor, only 3 pages with blood stains were labeled and submitted to the laboratory. These are labeled as Item 5, Item 6, and Item 10. 2 of these pages, Item 5 and Item 6, were found next to David. Item 6 was found under brown fabric. The other page, Item 10, was found on the opposite side end of the living room floor next to Kamel. Looking at the BCA lab results, the Quran and the 3 pages were not tested and not mentioned further. In fact, the Quran was barely mentioned in the Apple Valley police reports. Initially, aside from one image of the living room wall, all mention of the blood writing, the Quran, and the note in the office bedroom were redacted from police reports. Even when the Quran was mentioned in BCA documents, it was simply referred to as a book. This is the Quran found on the living room floor. Item 8 is a camouflage knife found in the open position with blood stains on the blade and hole of the blade. The knife was close to David's left leg next to the couch. The DNA on the knife came from a mixture of 2 or more individuals according to DNA results. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture, but 99.9998% of the general population could be excluded. Item 8-1 is blood swabbed inside the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. Blood is not present on the handle of the knife, item 8-3. Item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. Since a knife was found in the open position, is this evidence of a struggle? This is the knife found on the living room floor.
Hello, everyone. This is Sophia from the Gray Stage podcast, and I'd like to invite all of our listeners to join the Justice for David Crowley and Family group located on Facebook, where we have almost 4,000 members. In this group, we welcome discussions regarding the case and have all of the documents located in the files section for everyone to review. If you like, you're welcome to visit Greg Fernandez Jr.'s website called The Gray Stage. It's located at thegraystagewordpress.com. You can find his book and all the official documents for this case at his website. Lastly, I'd like to introduce you to Catherine Michelle, who's a part of this podcast. Catherine Michelle has a YouTube channel under her name where she mainly discusses the Crowley case. So please feel free to stop by and give her channel a like and a listen. Until our next podcast, keep seeking the truth and justice for David Crowley and his family.
This is the ideal family, seemingly, and everything went terribly wrong.
We may never know what made David Crowley finally snap. Certainly the conspiracy theorists will fill in some of those gaps.
10 things that prove David Crowley is innocent.
He just lost his way, financially lost his way, life, stress.
David's blood is not on any bullets. His DNA is only on one, item 57. Police could not find a motive. David was planning for the future. David had a working deal with Michael Entertainment Group to turn Gray State into a TV series.
We didn't fire David or we didn't get rid of David or however that went. He didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that.
David was wounded as evidenced by the blood on the magazine. The lack of David's prints at the crime scene. There is no evidence David committed suicide.
Well, a poet once said, the purest products of America go crazy. And David Crowley went crazy, and David Crowley documented his own life and did it in such a way that makes me feel he knew that there was an ultimate end use for the thing.
This is a person that was not thinking clearly, committed a horrible act by taking those lives. And his mind at that point was deranged. He just was not in a normal state. He wasn't thinking rationally.
It almost embodied him, almost to the extent of where it would dictate a lot of his thoughts and his ideas and his, I guess, outlook in reality.
He looked like he literally was sleeping and breathing on his computer. Failure was not an option for him.
As you sit here today, a year later, do you have an idea of what those final moments looked like?
It was horrifying. You have a tragic loss of an entire family. It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself. And it was a very sad scene. You know, during the holidays, a beautiful family, and just tragically lost.
The rear slider was open 1/4 inch.
4933 rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar. Copy, rear slider unlocked, slightly ajar.
The initial reports here was that it was a murder-suicide. I have reports that some investigators may be calling this suspicious at this point. That may just be, people hoping that it's suspicious. But I'm hearing that it may be suspicious. And I also have heard that there is reports of a sliding door that was left unlocked. I don't know how much you can say about the investigation. I know you're following it closely. What can you tell us about that?
The only thing I can confirm on right now is obviously the investigation's ongoing. I haven't seen the reports about it being suspicious on it. Until we get the full amounts, the full actual report from the police and what they've come to it, I haven't really, and from what we're getting from, like I said, from communication with the family and from some other individuals I'm not going to name, who are kind of coming forth with their own story, I'm just going to probably just stick to it as what the examiner said, as it being a murder-suicide at this point right now.
Anyone could have entered or exited without forced entry.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did. He did it. I mean, there's no denying it.
In her blood?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe that was just kind of a parting shot.
To who?
Probably at her for having a Muslim past.
That, I believe, that's David being sarcastic. That's him possibly throwing a jab.
A jab at Kamel's family?
Possibly.
There's no evidence to show David wrote Allahu Akbar on the living room wall. If David didn't write it, who did? More importantly, if police know they cannot prove David wrote the blood writing, why are they blaming David for it?
But we have no idea what pushed him over the edge.
Right? We don't know what the trigger was, what was the breaking point.
Investigators spent months sifting through 20 terabytes of video David Crowley had kept on more than a dozen hard drives, looking for clues.
How much of this do you think had to do with the film?
I think a great deal. From all accounts, he was consumed with producing this film. And it's a dark topic. You're talking about conspiracy theories and potentially the fall of society. And if you're focusing on that day in and day out, and those are materials you're working with and you're filming exclusively on that topic, that can take you to a very bad place.
So you think he literally went down the rabbit hole of these conspiracy theories and just couldn't separate himself from it?
I believe so.
And the Crowley case certainly fit the pattern of domestic violence.
Kamel was everything to David. And if there was no Kamel, there is no David.
According to hundreds of pages of police reports, no one ever saw David physically abuse his family.
There is no suicide note.
Danny, let me ask you about this, because there is a report that's out now from, I believe it's Canada Free Press. And an interviewer who had Danny on a show says that, and this was back in 2012, so it was a little while ago, but says he had Danny on the show and he was talking to him pre-interview. And in that pre-interview conversation, he jokingly said something about, Danny, I hope you don't have any thoughts of suicide. And he was joking about it in reference to Andrew Breitbart dying and Michael Hastings dying, and just saying off the cuff, I hope you're not killed over this project. And he says that David had responded to him and said that no, he had no feelings of suicide and he had no suicidal thoughts. And so they had talked about this prior to the interview. I'm just wondering if you've seen that report and if you can comment on that at all.
That I can't comment because I don't know, and I don't totally, I'm not familiar with the interview on it, so I won't be able to comment on.
That would be news to you. You weren't familiar with that conversation prior to.
I'm not. No, I wouldn't. The only part of that conversation I would have been familiar with would have been on what would have taken place during the part of the interview. I know that knowing David, any point, the suicide and the extreme of the tragedy doesn't, like I said, it doesn't, for us, it still doesn't make sense.
Danny, I just want to ask you this. Did you guys ever have this conversation? And the reason I ask that is because, look, I've been asked this question many times before. A lot of people have asked me dozens and dozens of times, do you feel safe? Do you worry about being killed for what you're doing? They jokingly say, are you suicidal? And they don't say it making a joke out of suicide. They say it, in reference to Andrew Breitbart. They say it in reference to Michael Hastings. And they say, look, I hope that you are safe in what you're doing. And so they ask the question, you're not feeling suicidal, are you? I'm just wondering, did you guys ever have this conversation about him fearing for his life, feeling threatened? Is that a conversation about death that you guys ever had?
We've had that conversation early on it, and this is when, but then there was a period when David started putting distance between his friends and his family on it, and that I know that he was going through a personal transition, and I don't know if he was battling a lot of the bigger questions on spiritualism and his placement within society, and also as a filmmaker. So I don't know if that part, but the discussions that we had before, I know that he wouldn't be suicidal because David was one of the strongest guys I've ever met before in my life, not only intellectually, but just physically all around. When you think of alpha males, he was like to the T of that. So that's why, and like I said, for me to say that it was a suicide and dual murder, it's hard enough to actually have those words come out of my mouth. Do I truly believe that? I mean, I'm going to look at the reports. I'm very analytical. I know David, but at the same time, I got to look at the bigger picture and all the facts, and from the information that's coming in and what David was doing and kind of where he was emotionally at that time. Some of it is up to speculation because the contact with him became less and less in the course of a couple months ago, and that just wasn't me. It was his family and his friends on the same time. So
what Mr. Alam said to me was, he goes, I can't believe how the Apple Valley Police would rush to a judgment that soon without knowing the facts.
To have a suicide note, first you have to prove David wrote one with his handwriting. Even if we assume the handwritten note in the office was written by David, it is not a suicide note. Police never call this a suicide note, and rightfully so. There is blood all over the notepad, and there is a bloody print matching David's left middle finger. Now there is blood all over the notepad, and there is one bloody print matching David's left middle finger. But does that prove David Crowley wrote Open the Rise most recent version, Submit to Allah Now? These are the 10 reasons, but there are many more.
Apple Valley police also know that despite thousands of hours of forensic work, they'll be accused of a cover-up. If life can imitate art, so can death. David Crowley leaving behind a legacy of paranoia, revealing just how dark the gray states can be.
As the Crowleys became increasingly isolated last year, their family made multiple attempts to reach out and help them emotionally and financially. Family members on both sides declined to talk on camera. Quite frankly, they're afraid they'll be harassed by some of these conspiracy theorists out there.
I can see how getting that news out and people relating that I'm not suicidal, and with a lot of people who are within the world of conspiracy and saying that he was, outed by the government. I don't think he actually was outed by the government on this because of, like I said, the relationship and you being an outsider and us being close family. But I know that we're working thoroughly on investigating it, and we know that we have a long road ahead of us, and it's going to take a lot for us to fully digest the actual claim of a murder-suicide at that point. So yeah, until I get all the facts in, and I know that his family feels the same way, and I know his close friends feel the same way. Like everybody else, it still doesn't sit right because we don't want to believe it in it, and but we just don't want people to do anything stupid on it and use it for a justification for some other tragedy.
This has nothing to do with Islam, but everything to do with a man that lost his way and ultimately killed his wife, his daughter, and then himself.
What Werner Herzog brought to this project for me was a constant reassurance that I wasn't completely crazy in pursuing this project. And the problem is, if you're looking to Werner Herzog for a reality check on craziness, you may be kind of in the wrong orbit. And in this project, I went through everything, and I had a small team of editors who were putting together the various sequences from Crowley's archive. So we just sort of saw what was there, and then we became familiar with this vast amount of footage. I call this the feel-bad film of 2017. There is no easy, tidy ending where everything sorts out, we all sing Kumbaya, and the Wookiee gets a medal at the end of the film. It's not that. It's meant to be chewed over. It's meant to be watched twice. It's meant to be dissected. It's meant to be analyzed. And anyone's analysis of what happened is probably as good as mine. What we've done is tried to present, in essence, the story in as true a fashion as we can, and let the audience or the viewer decide what they take away from it.
I want to reinstate that he was coming up with a couple of new directions for what he wanted to proceed with Gray State. And when he gets in that mode, I just let him get in that mode. And I've been with him in that part of that mode when he gets kind of into the creative state. And it's one of those things you got to let him be, let him process, let him getting all the things down that he wants to show you. So he's able to actually explain it to you fully without you asking questions, and then him becoming frustrated on it because, like I said, his mind works like 1,000 miles an hour.
Cut crew. We cut crew from the budget. You had a budget? See, now you're hitting on my main point.
The more that Dave and Mitch apply their knowledge to the marketing aspects, it makes it comparable to huge budget features, and it draws the eye.
The trailer is almost secondary to the concept push itself. We are generating something like 25 behind the scenes videos. They're pushing this concept, showing that, yeah, we planned for this, and we did this, and this is what you get. This is no budget. We've already passed a lot of local films on Facebook in popularity. We're in hibernation. If we approach an investor with a completed trailer and we have 10,000 Facebook fans, a movement behind it, that's already a sale. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything is free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct. It's a game of numbers, and we're losing.
I think Gray State would definitely run into some problems because they're pushing the envelope. With anything that's pushing the envelope or trying to get a message out there that maybe not everybody agrees with, you're going to have some things you're running with.
I think it's going to go over well with whomever you show it to.
I think it'll go over well with them. Whether they want to actually give us money to do it, who knows?
For David, I think he was in the most furthest state of decomposition. When the body starts to get mummified the way that he was, that, and from the things that I have seen, is not 3 weeks worth of decomposition. They were in, I would say, maybe a week to maybe a week and a half, from what I've seen personally, into decomp, with the bloating, the skin slippage, things of that nature. David was way too far into his decomposition. If I had to put a a timeline on him, he would have been more 3 to 4 weeks into his decomp, because that's when you start to see the mummification. He had mild bloating in the abdomen not mild, but he had the bloating in the abdomen.
It was mild, yeah. It didn't get to the point, as you know, they will, but he wasn't nowhere near that
There was
stage.
no putrefaction. There was lack of fluids that the body will expel. It's called purging. I didn't see that really in all three of them. The lack of blood also really kind of set wrong with me, especially for murder, suicide, because I've seen that personally with my own 2 eyes multiple times.
Where does the project stand? What can you speak to as far as that goes? What do people need to know about where it goes from here? Because this project obviously bigger than just you or even just David. It is a project and a labor for a lot of folks. Just wondering what you can tell us as far as the future of Gray State.
For all the fans who've been supporting us, we couldn't have done it without the help with you guys. I know that we're going to be, and this is going to be also the representatives of Gray State, for our own personal dealing with the matter and coping and making sure we're at a good spot. We're going to go black for a while until we can fully understand where the direction is going to be. Because a lot of the vision behind Gray State was David, and we don't know how to, until the extent we can get the full idea where David wanted to go with it. I want to get to that point and then make sure we can stick and make the purest, best vision that David wanted for it. Because that's what David deserves, 100%. I mean, there shouldn't be any kind of sidestepping that at all. I think there will be something that will come from this. I don't know what it will be right now, but I know that we won't stop at it. I know that it will take, the Gray State will take a new shape and form, but we won't compromise. I know that, because I won't in general, because I feel like I'll be compromising a good friend and a visionary, and that's what David was.
Now, another thing that I want to kind of go a little bit further what Sophia was just asking, because on David's autopsy, it clearly states marked autolysis, and Kamel and Rania are just autolysis. Now, in the medical field, and I'm assuming it's the same for you, words mean something. So when they put marked, it's for a reason. So they're saying that they've noticed it's more advanced. Is that what you would expect? Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding. Words definitely do mean something when they are, when they're different. If you've got a whole case like in this instance, where you've got one victim that has that marked, in there, and the other ones don't, that's very telling that he had more than the others. Which again, in my opinion, just my opinion, he was first.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying. Sophia and I have been saying this for a long time, and again, we've taken a lot of heat, but we've been reading these reports and looking at the photos, but really, when you pay attention to what's being said, they're telling you the order. So that's why we're very vocal going, no, wait a minute, David died first, not Kamel, not Ronnie, David did. So if he died first, how did he kill them? And yet we can't get any answers from anybody like that. Instead, we get poo-pooed and made fun of and said, oh, you guys are crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, wait a second. So when you offered to come on, you have no idea how happy you made us. We're like, hey, somebody who knows. Not that we were expecting you to say what we were saying, but we knew you were going to say what we were saying, because in the medical field and how death goes, it only goes a certain way.
It can't go one or the other. It is very specific how it happens, no matter who you are, no matter how you pass, the stages of decomp and disposition, it's all the same.
I was able to touch base with him, left him a message, and to my surprise, he gave me a call back, and we chatted on the phone for 37 minutes one afternoon, and he was real open and forthcoming. At the end, he asked me, directly, do you think David did this? I said, I don't think he did. I said, I don't know who did, but I don't personally believe that David pulled the trigger. And he says, well, I said, now, are you interested in investigating this case? He said, I'll tell you what, he's got a lot of faith along with the family, and he says, regardless if David did it or not, I can still sleep well at night knowing that whoever did this will have to face God. And that will be that person's biggest issue. So he goes, I'm not concerned here on this earth to find out who did it or not, or in fact, who did it. He goes, I've got a daughter and a granddaughter that I cannot get back. I never will. If I had time and money, would I investigate it? He goes, yes, I would. But he goes, I don't have time. I don't have funds. But he goes, if I had both of those things, I would certainly be investigating this case because it doesn't add up. He agrees with our group, and I think with Greg mostly. He, along with the Crowleys, it sounds like, are waiting for this report to come out along with us. He says, I have no reason to really go against what I've heard so far from them, but I'm waiting, just like you are, to see what the police have to say about this. So he hasn't been told. The Crowley's parents haven't been told. I don't believe. I think they've been given some parameters of what more than likely took place, but I don't believe law enforcement gave them details at all. So they're still in the dark too, and that's why they've been quiet. He thinks is why you haven't heard anything from the Crowleys or the Alams, because they haven't been given anything to chew on. They're waiting, as we are, to see what the final result is. Then once this report comes out, that's final and marked closed, everything's finalized, then you might hear the uproar from the families if they agree with it or not. But right now, he says there's really nothing to say on a public statement or to go public with anything because we don't know what happened.
Could it be that they're just really taking their time to make sure they really get their story straight, because they know there's a spotlight on this whole case, and there's people like us who's going to be picking apart the official story once it's released. So they want to make sure that they don't have to backtrack on something they said in an official investigation. They want to make sure they have all their bases covered, and maybe someone in federal law enforcement or maybe someone has spoken to some of the investigators to tell them to make sure that they have to be very careful with this case about what type of information is released. I believe it's something along those lines.
Mr. Alam did not speak to any of the family. Sidra was the sole person dealing with everything. Miss Alam was really sick at the time, and they were in Dallas in another hospital. So Sidra basically told Mr. Alam, don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it. You worry about Mom. Her husband will take care of the businesses. She'll handle all of it. So that was what was decided.
Do you think that any of that was encouraged by the Gray State team?
I believe when the whole documentary thing happened, yes. I think they took advantage of Sidra, her being naive and wanting to see the good in everyone, which, I mean, even from certain things that had happened and while I was there, I kept telling her, just don't trust everybody. And, it stuck out to me, especially with Mason Hendricks. He really didn't want Mr. Alam on the documentary. He kept pushing for just Sidra. He even told her not to tell Mr. Alam about this documentary. He put her in a position where she was very, she didn't know what to do. But yeah, I definitely think they kind of liked that they were just dealing with Sidger and not Mr. Alam. Because in all reality, if Mr. Alam had been dealing with all this would have been a whole nother thing. It wouldn't have transpired to all of this. It wouldn't have gotten to this, especially with the documentary.
I interviewed the Colorado Springs medical examiner. His name was Dr. Leon Kelly. Now, a lot of this was to help other people, but because I was asking him about the decomposition, and he said, and I asked him to explain the mummification and tell me if you have seen or heard of this. He explained it as if hands and feet are bare and they're near an object like paper or something that will wick away the moisture out of the skin, plus the fact that the hands and feet are thinner, there's not as much adipose, and it's just basically almost skin and bones, but we know there's tissue and there's, well, he said for him that explains the mummification, but he said that their time of death was 4 to 7 days for Kamal and Rania, but he said 10 days at most. He goes, I wouldn't put it past 2 weeks. He said because they were able to do the slicing of the organs, and the organs had not yet liquefied, and only some of the internal cavities had partial decomp fluid in them. But when you're trying to tell people that no, the way this body is, we still have organs that are intact that can be sliced and put on, look at under a microscope. They're not advanced.
Right. Yeah, no, I would say in my experience, seeing someone in a severely advanced state of decomposition, most of the biological tissue is non-existent.
And just know that it could be a little while, but it's not going to stop us in our tracks. Right now, we just have to take some time so we can grieve and just, take care of ourselves first. Because if we don't, then what we try to come out with the idea with Grace Day and the vision that David had will not even come close to it. And the last thing I want to do, and everybody else associated with part of the team, we do not want to let the fans down and not get what we wanted to out originally if David was around.
All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. We just started shooting. We started doing a scene here, a scene there, involving people that we wanted, and it just generated from there.
The people who have worked on Gray State already are like evangelists. I kid you not.
The more people that were brought on to Gray State, the more they started talking about it and publicizing it. And it just became this huge buzz. Like, tell me more about Gray State. Hey, how can I get on that set?
People working on feature films being shot during the same time. The cast and crew on that feature film was talking about Gray State.
I think everybody's in anticipation.
But we knew we had to use that hype for our own good and push that, because we knew it being successful was going to be built on word of mouth and grassroots.
The things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people. It's making it a very popular idea.
I think people are finally seeing a film that it's a direct reflection of what reality is actually becoming. And I think people are, at this point, are extremely happy and excited for a project like this to show that.
We have generated this concept that has resonated with people. With just the promise of a concept trailer, we're competing with other local feature films that have already got their budget, already shot, and they're on the downslope already. We're looking at the upslope.
I can't see Gray State not being a success. It's definitely gonna knock it out of the park.
It will get funded, it will be shot, and it will be made.
This is the rise. We're just starting out. That is my favorite part about Gray State, is that I hardly need to sell the concept.
Herein lies the biggest issue with all of this, with his passion, Greg's passion, and Dan's passion, Dan Hennon, and the rest, is that the chances of actually getting the truth, actually having justice for David Crowley, are pretty slim, and that sucks. Okay, so why would they off this guy? Well, A, he did 3 tours. B, he was a veteran and became awake to what was going on. And C, he had the funding. So supposedly this guy lost his mind and decided to kill himself, his young daughter, and his wife right after he got the funding to make this movie, which would show Nothing you've seen on Netflix, nothing you've seen on Prime, nothing you've seen will expose what he was exposing. Because he was showing you straight up, and this was the scariest thing I think to people, was that they're watching your every move. They're watching you through your devices. And they called people like Alex Jones nuts for talking about this. And that was a fact. But they were showing you there's actually people in the room. Anyway, again, I got to calm down because it's been a long time since I had a chance to talk to this. But what David Crowley was going to expose what was more than the general public probably could handle.
What got me so thrilled about this whole thing was when the police went into the house and they didn't even look up into the ceiling near the doorway where there was a bullet hole.
Oh, working on Great State was such a positive experience, and I was so glad to be a part of it. And I hope sincerely that we can move on to a feature film where I can work with these guys day in and day out and be a part of a really exciting process.
I'd like to see him get it made and have it actually go somewhere and be noticed as being something that got made in Minnesota. And wow, they pulled something off with nothing.
I think so much work has gone into a concept trailer because they believe in what they're writing about.
I know with David and Mitch as filmmakers, they wanted to do a lot of things and they wanted to push the barrier and the envelope as much as possible.
So, Eric, we do have that 911 call in the private chat here in StreamYard.
I got to get my freaking recorder ready, man. So I can record it too right now.
You know, if they wait any longer to do this film, they're not going to be able to find anybody they could even see after all these people getting vaxxed and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to be able to use a camera.
I've thrown it out there with Greg. Greg, how can we pick this script up? And
I really think once his name gets cleared, it'll be a green light.
You think it will?
Yep.
Police and fire on me. Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Oh, wait.
Wait, can we pause? What? What? Hold on. What? I think there's been a murder-suicide. She really just said that. My bad. I should just let it play. That's the part.
It could happen. I mean, I could see some people I know. I could see that happening, but it does sound fishy. I mean,
I think there's been a murder. Okay.
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, we've noticed that they haven't been around, and there were Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely some bodies in the living room.
Oh, okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute. Do you know what their address is?
1055, and they would be to the west of me.
Okay, the house. So,
1050 or whatever.
okay, so if I'm facing and looking at your house, Judy, would it be the house to the right or the left?
And look at those Christmas presents. They've never been touched and they're still wrapped.
They've been there for how long?
Well, those were actually stacked up. So those are not how Colin Procknell found them. Colin Procknell said that they were actually scattered, and so he goes up to the door and he stacks them up. And then he's well, first like, oh, maybe I'll take them back home. Then
because we always go to our neighbor's house and stack their packages.
Yeah, stack them up.
Got it.
Yeah.
the neighbor came over and stacked them back up, because that was one of my points of contention a while back, was the fact that how could they just be still stacked like that after 2 weeks in the winter? You know, so
In the wind,
thank you for
you know,
clarifying
like
that. And that even makes it goofier. I went over and I restacked their back. Look at, he stacked them all nice. Got the this is insanity. Now, Greg, at what point did the neighbors say they went and stacked them up? Is that they stacked them up and then looked through the window? And that's exactly okay. So they stacked them up like that, and then looked at got it. Thank you. Yep.
Right. What are you seeing in there?
It looks like there's a pile of bodies, and one, like the head is eaten off.
Oh no!
Oh.
Killed by the dog. And
Again, from the crime scene photos that I've seen, with the limited vision we can see from the bodies, you cannot be able to see that.
I'm sorry.
I'm overanalyzing. This is insane. We're only a minute through, Greg. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough.
This is Judy, and I live at 155 Gramdale Drive. Yep. I think there's been a murder or suicide next door. Okay, why would she say that? Do you know what their address is? Well, I'm 1055, and they would be to the west of me. Okay, so how so? So like 1050 or whatever. So she doesn't know the address?
I mean, it's right there on the front door.
To the right, what are you seeing there? It looks like there's been a pile of bodies, and one looks like the head is eaten off.
Eaten off. Not chopped off.
Yeah.
Not missing. Eaten off.
Not blown off by
Right, not
time.
blown
That's-
off. Anything you could say. Eaten off. Got it.
Dog did it.
Right, of course.
Oh no, Judy. I suppose
Wait a minute.
by the
Dog's not
time-
going to eat the head off. It's going to eat everything but the. Oh my God. There is skull on the. Anyway.
2 heads, by the way. Two.
I know. I suppose by the dog, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, inaudible, and they look, and they would have been there since before Christmas.
That's how ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Dog had a full bag of food. And when we remember when we went through the crime scene photos, Greg?
Mm-hmm.
The full bag of food. The dog knows where his food comes from. He would chew through that bag of food. Instead, he chose to eat his owners. I mean, that's just one of the many craziness things.
Yeah.
And thank you for telling me there's people in here who do not know the case. Because, I mean, this is things that people, ridiculous things.
Here's a weird take for me. Okay, now maybe it's the area, maybe it's those people. The wrapping paper, the Christmas wrapping paper on those presents, maybe I saw it wrong. It was black and white.
What you didn't see wrong is how perfect and how well they looked. I mean, they looked like they weren't touched by the elements whatsoever, laying out there for how many weeks? Whether they're stacked up right or wrong, I mean, they would have been torn up in the winter, especially if they were all over the freaking yard. There would have been animals. It could have came. I mean, it's just, that's the insanity. Let's.
But you know what?
I want to go back to the presents and show you how perfect and pristine they look after laying out there for how many weeks, Greg?
3.
3 weeks. This is the way that the wrapping paper looks. Are you kidding? You gotta be kidding me.
If somebody staged that, they might have thought through what color should I put on these, and there might have been a reason. Someone thinking they're going to be staging a scene doesn't want a lot of attention. They want packages to be there to be part of the narrative, but they don't want it to attract too much attention. So no one would notice really too much if they've been there too long. At least not people driving by who don't live there.
There is not one tear that I can even find in these packages after 3 weeks out in the winter.
Guys, think about this. And this is how criminals think, the deeper thinkers. They might have wanted to put those there, right, a little later, and they were afraid any color gleam would catch someone's eye and maybe make them get noticed. They did not want to be as noticeable walking up to place those there, so they chose black and white. It kind of blends into the background, blends into
yeah, good point. Well, here's another thing. When the dog eats human remains, or obviously when a human becomes deceased, it lets go of his bowels. I'm sure the dog definitely dug into that, because there's actually food in that. So a dog would definitely eat whatever. Anyway, what it says here is that the dog would have increased vomiting too. So what this is saying is that if this is true, the dog would have vomited everywhere too.
No, I don't see any dog vomit anywhere.
No,
I haven't
see,
seen
that's
it.
great.
That's the
Great.
thing too. When a dog vomit, they go back to eat it up. So that's why.
Well, and then vomit again, and then eat up, and then vomit.
Yeah, you'd see it on the rug though. You'd see those stains.
Absolutely, you would. It's just it's just being a dog owner. You know, anyone who's a dog owner can attest to what I'm talking about here.
We got Pigeons Returns. G'day, Pigeons, in the chat room. How much weight had the dog lost when found? I can't imagine a distressed dog would have a great appetite.
That's what I was thinking. I forgot to say that.
From what I'm reading here, it'd be dead from eating human remains for 3 weeks. That's what
So,
I'm.
Greg, how much did the dog actually lose in weight when the dog was found and taken to the vet to get checked up?
Well,
I can only speculate on it, but very, very little from what I've heard from sources.
Yeah, because we don't know what he weighed to begin with.
Beforehand. Yeah, we don't know what it weighed beforehand.
But if he was,
we do have photos. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe eating humans. If it ate humans, it makes the dog not bark anymore because none of the neighbors heard it. But I digress. Let's finish the sucker up.
And there is a $14,000 check in that brown bag right there.
Really?
Yeah, from David's dad.
And Greg, what about the newspaper that was found in the letterbox?
Yes. So there should have been 3 newspapers. There was only 1 that was found there. There should have been 3.
Oh,
the dog's been reading
Judy probably grabbed them and was reading them.
The dog took the papers and started reading, I guess.
We know he's a fast learner.
Well, he needed newspapers to read while he was sitting on the toilet, crapping in the toilet and flushing it to get water. I mean,
He's uncertain.
It is, and we have to do this because it's that ludicrous.
I was basically the owner of an indie label called Planet X Records. One of our actually Australian artists was the one who shared out that original Gray State trailer. That's how I saw the concept trailer. So he put me onto that. That was around the time the crowdfunding campaign was going. Me and my co-host Gaz, who currently does my Paradigm Review, it's kind of a movie TV review show that is over on my channel, youtube.com/PlanetXFilm. We did an old audio radio show together, and so we had reached out to David, or at least Gray State crew. We didn't really know it was David at the time. And then we kind of had a preliminary off-air discussion, which I told you about before. And then ultimately he agreed to come on our show for the radio show. And that is how, when you see the Gray State, their promo pamphlet there, that is for the reason why you see my logo, which is actually the logo that I owned and copyrighted Planet X Records, inside of that Gray State promo kit. So it actually had Gray State Press, so he had us listed on all of the radio shows he had been on, which the Alex Jones show is listed here when they were on InfoWars, and then it also has what my old radio show was at the time, Planet X Radio. As for what the funds were for, as I was saying, those are pre-production funds. That's just David's writing, prepping the script, travel back and forth from California, trying to get it in front of producers, trying to get it in front of the studio.
But it looks like it was shut down or closed on October 6, 2012. But this thing raised over $61,000.
That was essentially startup money to get the concept trailer and the project in front of the right people. And if that comes down to that's simply money for David to live off of and work off of while he completes the final copy of the script, that actually makes sense as well. It's a totally normal process for indie films and Hollywood studio films as well. There's really nothing different about it for the most part, except for the fact that most people are just not lucky enough to get any independent funding at all, or get any studio backing whatsoever, which was not that I'm going to come on down here and guarantee that that's what it was, but we know the meetings David was having, so we know he was getting in front of the right people, at least up to what we know about the pre-production process. So a fairly usual pre-production process, I would say, except for the fact that due to the viral nature of the concept trailer, which is almost 4 million views, it's 3.9 million views right now, it was getting enough momentum to have people take notice, you know what I mean? Yeah, what I wanted to show you guys was the perk levels. I believe I can actually log into mine and look at mine. Mine was the Champion of Liberty, which is $1,000. So you can see that first perk there, which is just the Patriot point. Unfortunately, it's all grayed out now, and it's kind of, you can't really see it too well. But that had all the rest of the options there. I know there's everything for $20, $25, get a T-shirt. I don't know, signed copies of the script. If you look at other Indiegogo campaigns or other films, like I've done a Danny Trejo movie, I've done a Dolph Lundgren movie, they're all relatively similar, right? It's like, generally if you throw up a few thousand, you could be associate producer. If you throw up a bit more, you could be a co-producer. If you throw up like $5,000, you could be an executive producer, etc.
According to this, you are an associate producer, and you'll get a credit if the film ever gets finished. So, I mean, if they finish it 12 years from now, do you think that'll hold up?
I'd love to hear that discussion. Danny Mason, if you were out there, whatever corner of the universe you were hiding in, I'd love to talk to you one of you guys. Mitch, hit me up. You guys should all have my email. I'd love to get an answer on that. I don't actually know, but I would love to get a definitive answer on that. I've been asking you about that for over a decade now. So I would think so, you know what I mean? But again, who's to say? I mean, I don't really know the legal ramifications if the IP passes off and changes hands, or if a studio picks it up, or I don't really know. I mean, they might just look at the crowdfunding campaign from 15 years ago, like, who the hell are these guys? I have literally no idea. But you know what I mean? My name's in a Rob Zombie movie. You know what I mean? There's been some haters that have had some fun with that, saying that I brought the donuts to the set. I actually wasn't on the set. It was just a regular crowdfunding campaign, just like this one. So it's a funny joke, but it didn't really have any reality grounding,
Yeah, I can understand. That's par for the course, I believe.
Agreed.
So you got all those perks. Did you get all the perks that you were supposed to get? You were supposed to get a shout out.
I think so. I got the poster. I don't remember if they did the shout out on Twitter, because my Twitter tag has changed since. I got the poster. I had it framed. I think I still have it around somewhere in the garage framed. I got the T-shirt. I got the executioner mask. I got the ammo belt.
There's something signed. There's supposed to be a signed 8x10.
Oh, I did get that. I did get that. Where is that, man? I should have brought all this stuff out to show it to you. Oh, I think it's in my. I think it's in my scrapbook. Yeah, I think I have that. Yeah.
Nice, very cool.
So signed by David, Mitch, and I think maybe Denny. And I had the list of all the contributors with their names and how much. So I think there was like one guy that threw down the 10 Gs that I was telling you about, and I think there was maybe two more that threw down 5K, and then there was like quite a few that threw down 1,000.
Here is the actual press kit here. Those are chemtrails up there, right?
I would say so.
I always thought this was a fascinating photo. Like, what are they all looking at here? What is supposed to be up there?
I would say the chemtrails.
It's really fascinating how much the story changes too. How all of this changes at some point.
I wonder how much is that as a result of David's meeting with the Mikes. You know what I mean? I don't know if they specifically told him to change plot elements, so he started gearing it to more to what would bring it to fruition, or if that was just a personal choice. I don't think there's really we don't really know much about that transition.
So this is all about getting that funding. The first Indiegogo campaign yielded $62,000,
which will be used to hire the necessary above-the-line professionals, lawyers, producers, marketing specialists, professional script analysis to propel Gray State through the conceptual stages into pre-production, which is basically what I said, not quite so eloquently. This initial effort will give the core Gray State creative team the resources to develop a professional production schedule, script breakdown, and begin seeking major financing and distribution deals. Check that out. Written and directed by David Crowley. Produced by David Crowley. Production design. Edited by David. Music composed by David. I've told Greg about that before. Visual effects by David. Sound design by David. Interesting.
Costume props probably too.
Yeah.
Since
The Bullet Exchange. Yeah, David is Bullet Exchange and Hothead. Yeah.
Who is on the team? I really like this one here. Who is on the team here? So we're going to get to know. And remember, this is the old team. Out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, so if you look at who is on the team here, David, writer, director, but Danny August Mason, concept, researcher, and actor. That's it.
So it has DP. Mitch is director of photography.
Okay.
Producer.
And producer. And then guess who they're adding to the team?
Oh no. Here it goes. All down here from Hill, folks. All downhill from here, folks.
Either way.
Domestic governance of the past few years. These unfortunate facts concern everyone, which is why we need your help.
That was one of the big things that I was looking for is what are the credits and who is the crew, and you can see it's written and directed by David. I think that pretty much ends Danny August Mason's claim right there.
And then I also have the executioner mask, which they obviously had copies of those, but the Masonic executioner guy with the apron that was chopping the heads at the end of the trailer, that as well.
Is it plastic? Is that mask a plastic?
Yeah, I guess it's plastic. It's almost like paper, It's pretty flimsy. I don't know if that's exactly what they use. Maybe they use something a little heavier duty in the trailer, but it's the exact same look. It looks exactly like it.
That's one of the more creepier scenes, I think, in that whole trailer there.
Yeah, I found it. I think, actually you guys can head over to my channel at youtube.com, Planet X Film, and check out the deep dives that Greg and I did on both versions of the script. But if you revisit my interview with David, he actually came up with another device. He invented a device that would be used instead of just the, kind of stereotypical guillotine. And I believe, he didn't elaborate on exactly what that was. Of course, he wanted to, keep some things, be a surprise for, when the film drops or whatever, a new trailer or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it was some sort of like multi-purpose guillotine. So it'd be more than one at a time. It'd be, 5 or 10, when the pre-apocalypse comes, you gotta get it done fast. So it has to be more efficient,
Of course.
So interesting tidbit there. David obviously had a music interest. We both essentially came from a music background. It's been so long since I listened to that interview, but I believe we discussed it live of how he's the one who produced that music, the Gray State theme music, and he wrote and composed music. As we said, I think he is credited in the press kit. And obviously, my independent hip hop label at the time was Planet X Records. So we had released a track with I think I've talked about this with Rick, I'm pretty sure. We released a track at the time with the artist Cannabis, who has a gold record, 2000, or Can I Bus, which is produced by Wyclef Jean. His next album was called 2000 BC. He was on Howard Stern show. He was friends with Mike Tyson. If you know hip hop, you probably know who Cannabis is, or at least you should. So my group, Guerrilla Alliance, we have a record called Empire of Fear. On that record, you guys can check it out on Spotify or whatever, should that be your cup of tea. And we have a track called Ordo ab Chao, Latin for Order Out of Chaos, featuring Cannabis. And it was just kind of the single we were promoting at the time. Our Empire of Fear concept is like very close to what the Gray State concept is. It's just a hip hop record, right? So we were discussing that, and I was like, even on the interview, David's like, hey, I don't really listen to a lot of hip hop personally, but he's like, I respect it. I think he had reached out, or somebody had reached out to Immortal Technique at the time, so they were going that route. And we were, my group was loosely affiliated with Immortal Technique through the organization Guerrilla Republic. They're kind of just an activist organization that did merch and such. I believe they're still around. And so I sent him Order Ab Chao, and I was just like, hey, if you ever want to use this, whatever. And he was like, oh man, he's like, actually, you saw his response, I believe, Greg. Yeah. He was like, yeah, no, this is brutal. He was like, you guys mind if I use it for promos and such? And I was like, please do. So I had sent him that, and then what we were discussing on the interview was, I guess he said there was one guy who did a kind of Gray State hip hop track. I think it might still be on YouTube. It wasn't great in my opinion. But what David was saying was he had the essentially music files of that Gray State theme song on Dropbox. And this is actually, this is quite an interesting story. I think people who are interested in the crowdfunding campaign and the concept trailer and whatnot would want to hear this. And so I was like, he's like, hey, I'm willing to let people take that music and use it for samples to kind of do your own thing with. And the other MC in my group, Guerrilla Alliance, is Mac the Rebel from the Bronx, New York, so a Puerto Rican artist, and he's also a producer. So I was thinking like, oh man, this would be crazy, you know what I mean? Mac takes the music samples, he makes a new hip hop beat for us, and then we do this kind of like, Gray State like epic track, like essentially exactly what the Gray State concept trailer was, but a hip hop version using those exact samples. So when you watch the trailer, you're like, you hear, you can see the affiliation because it's, that similar kind of background music with the beat. So he sent me access to the Dropbox, and I did. I don't know if I should say this on air because I don't know the legal ramifications, but I did back up those music files, which is interesting because when everything happened, how it happened to David and his family, somebody went into that Dropbox and they wiped the files. They started pulling everything out. So we don't know who that was or who deleted it, but I assure you that somebody definitely did, because when I don't know if you've used Dropbox before, Greg, I'm sure you have, but when you have a shared folder and files get added or deleted, you get notified. So I pretty much saw it happen in real time. And I'm like, okay, this is, it's right around the time all those pages were posting weird stuff and everything got strange. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right around that time, somebody went in the Dropbox and wiped out all the music. You know what I mean?
Wow. Interesting. What happened here? Something went wrong. I guess you didn't get didn't get the executioner's mask, is what it says.
Yeah, so I think, and this is very, very common among crowdfunding campaigns, where you have like crap tons of perk people, and you got to ship out all these hard copy items out to people and whatnot. So I at first time around, I didn't get the executioner mask, and then what I actually wanted was the shock trooper mask. That I think it might be Danny who doubled as that character, because he played multiple characters in the concept trailer, obviously. But the shock trooper is kind of like that New World Order guy with the assault rifle, kind of like a SWAT looking dude with the backpack and the camo, and they have that kind of skull. It's like a bandana, but with the skull mask. You ever seen like bikers when they wear that that skull mask over their face while they're riding, so they don't get like dust and bugs in their mouth? That's what the shock trooper mask was. It was like that bandana, like black bandana with a white skull on it. Definitely, I think that's on the cover of the original Gray State poster. It's like kind of like the New World Order dude with the AR.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So people should be able to easily look that up. But so I wanted the shock trooper mask. I think they ran out, and I was like, okay, I'll take the executioner mask. And then it didn't come out. But actually, I'm not sure if I sent you Mitch's response, but yeah, I think he hit me back, and he was like, oh yeah, sorry about that. And then they resent it to me, and actually, I think I did show you guys that one. Luckily, I got the cordless headphones, guys, so I can actually step away. Sorry, Greg. That's unprofessional.
It's okay.
Your fan base will survive.
They'll be all right. My fans love me.
The Hot Greg fan club, baby. You got more fans than you want.
1-800.
Get your head chopped up. So you got the so that I do have, and then I mean, maybe at the end of the show or something, I'll grab the ammo belt if you guys care to see it, and I'll show it to you guys. That's one thing that's never been on air before. So
yeah, for sure, definitely want to check.
I got it back there in the closet. Yeah, but I showed you and Rick everything, guys. So I got two guys that can vouch for me off air, guys. It's, it's a simulation. It definitely happened. Internet, man.
This was a email that David sent out, like I said, on Christmas Day, 2012. Merry Christmas. We're at a dizzying pace here. So this is interesting. The list of people that he sent this to is very interesting too.
Yes.
But this is pretty cool. Did they regularly send stuff like this, or was this just this one time?
They did send updates, if I remember correctly, when they post those Indiegogo updates. I think IGG automatically kicks it to you like an auto email, like your campaign received an update, like something like that. So I think you get both. Like obviously it's posted on the campaign, but I think you get an email output as well. But this actual one, that's the only one I recall, but there may have been one or two other short ones, just kind of short email updates. This is how pre-production's going, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's pretty ominous there, right?
I always wondered where that image came from. Now it makes sense.
That's crazy. Nothing says Merry Christmas and will you marry me like getting dragged off by the New World Order of shock troopers.
Yeah. They must have done something very wrong, I'm sure, to just deserve that.
Didn't get vaxxed or something. I feel you.
how do you know the Crowley family?
Well, my name is Kristen Melissa, and I am Karen Crowley's youngest sister. And so I am Tim Crowley, David Crowley's uncle's, sister. So I'm in the extended family. And my husband and family, we all lived a street down from Tim and Karen Crowley in Virginia Beach, Virginia for almost 10 years. So I was there when all of this was happening with David. Also was actually with David or Dan Sr. and Danny Jr. right before the deaths of David and Kamal and Rania. And also knew Kate and Dan Sr. not well, but we had family events, and I have perspectives of things now that I couldn't see before. And I think that's my part that I am offering, is maybe some answers to some questions that everyone has concerning this case, and things like, why doesn't anyone want to see justice? And my thoughts on the pathology of a family system that can create something like this and not care about bringing justice to one of their own. Also, I have some very interesting thoughts now that I'm out of the darkness, truly, because I was in the family system and was being told certain things about the case and about David and the whole situation. And it's just finally that I'm out of it and not around. We moved away, and I've begun to do my own listening to what you all have done and reading some of my own things, and just also my own experience within this family and what is possible. So I hope I can answer some of those questions and express my perspectives. I don't have any definitive yay or nay about what didn't happen. I just have a lot of hunch questions and things I want to see pursued.
When you first heard that David and his wife and his daughter were all dead, what were your first thoughts?
Oh, it was just disgusting. It was so sad. And we had just been with Danny Jr. and Dan Sr. at a Messiah concert. They came, which I thought was odd. I really thought that was odd that they came, because Danny Jr. had never come, and it was just them, because usually it would be, like maybe Allison, or I'd never met David and Rania and Kamal. But Kate and Dan were already divorced at that time, which is part of what I feel like my piece is very important as to the breakdown of that family system and the marriage, and how important that was and is to the whole story, and why David and Kamal and Rania would be alone, dying, murdered, whatever happened in that house and around that area. Kate was not allowed to know them or be involved. And that is what has really hit me, is that she was alienated, and this is what this family does. So there's a saying that goes, a dysfunctional toxic family is like an author who kills off anyone that isn't a part of the narrative any longer, expressing the narrative that they want expressed. So I'm not saying.
How do you feel they were trying to distance Kate from David and his wife? What do you think they were doing?
Oh, I mean, Dan Sr. and Kate, watching them alienate the two of them and destroy that marriage.
Oh, I see.
And then basically disparage Kate and set her up for that she was a failure, and she was keeping Dan Sr. back. I watched that happen. It was like a declaration a label put on her that was so toxic, and that was not my experience with her. She was a beautiful mom, very dedicated mom, and the family, the Crowley family, was a very very toxic family system. Dan Senior, he was a violent alcoholic, and Dan, whichever Dan, I'm not Danny Jr., Dan, the middle Dan, David's dad. When I was with Dan and Kate for a family event, Kate was telling me how much she was ministering to him and helping him with all of the, the trauma that he'd endured by his father, horrific trauma. And they were getting help. They were like in something like a Celebrate Recovery at church. They were leaders in their church. They were doing Baby Wise, which is, something my husband and I were doing for our babies. They were working toward health and healing, and Kate was the whistleblower in terms of the toxic family system. And so I watched her receive distortion and forcing her family to be destroyed. And my heart is broken for her, literally just broken as I'm watching this, because that is what's happening to me right now and my family. They're doing the same thing. They're stating that I'm dangerous. They're preparing everybody. It's a years-long process, alienating all of us. And then, I'm not kidding you, some of the things that they're participating in create despair and alienation, so that I could see the same thing happening to me and my family, or that they would try to, and that is separate us all, tell my own children, adult children, that I'm too dangerous to know. And then a Christmas comes and goes and my son is alone, and same kind of thing happens, where if he is hurt or if there is something going on in the family, they can't even call mom down the street to know the child, to know the grandchild, to know Rania, to know them, to be, come check on them. Why in the world was Kate not allowed to know her own son? And that is what I saw, the breakdown that happened is so evil that he couldn't, I don't believe they know his mom. And I believe he had a wonderful relationship with her, when I saw and heard.
Well, and she was the only one that stood up for David. She's the only one who said, I don't think my son did this. However, you do see in some of the writings, like in the journal, where, David and Camille talk about it, or maybe it was in an email where Allison, and they were all talking about how she was calling and she was just really drunk and out of control and they didn't want to deal with her anymore. I mean, did all of the alienation from the family cause her to drink, or is the drinking stuff just a made up story to keep David away?
Oh, I would not doubt if they completely exaggerated it or drove her to just desperation and crying and appealing, because that's what they're doing to me. And so then if you even have an emotion like, I'm being absolutely excommunicated from the family right now, very similarly to what I saw them do to her. And it creates a desperation in you. And then they have all the adult children gang up on you. This is all typical toxic family systems. And I wanted to just say to you guys that this is not a justice for David Crowley issue. It's a justice for Kate and a whistleblower trying to change a toxic family system. And whatever happened behind those doors, it was a family matter. And the issue is that they threw their own son under the bus, brother, and are okay with it and actually prefer it. And the whole study, the pathology of scapegoat abuse and, doing this type of stuff to their own, it's ostrich-like behavior. And scripture, Job says, the ostrich is a bird that only has one in her nest, and she puts all the others out to be trampled upon. And this is beast-like behaviors that we are encountering to this day. And so, of course, he killed himself. Of course, he was a loser. And of course, the whole deal with the producers fell apart. And I listened to Dan Hennon's interview with the producers, and I had a come to Jesus light bulb moment, because I really realized how much they lied about David and Kamal in the situation. They truly told us that they didn't have a deal, that he was in despair. And I mean, and then I just went over the New Yorker article right now, and the way they loaded the language to make sure we all, believe that he was in a fetal position, he was doing all this stuff. Well, that I just believe the honest truth is that he was getting ready to be more successful than the patriarchs. And you don't do that in one of these clan families. You don't move to California. You don't get a movie deal, and you especially don't start writing out, who's all over the New Yorker article, someone by the name of Mason, a Mason maybe. You don't write them out of the story and the narrative. You don't do that. And, he got his hand slapped, his hand cut off. And he learned, he had to learn his lesson. And so did Kate. Kate learned her lesson at the end. You don't whistleblow. You don't tell the truth, and you don't change the dynamic. You're not allowed. And you're not allowed to ever be a healthy, healed, whole, loving God, good family that isn't completely overrun in dissipation. And dissipation is, just drunkenness and all of this. So it's ironic to me that, that's what would be stated about Kate, when in actuality, I think there were some other drunkards, that were leading that family, but I'm not going to name any names.
Well, what you say makes a lot of sense, because generally when people are raised in that type of an environment where there's either alcohol and or drug abuse,
yes,
the child will go one of two ways. They'll either become an alcoholic or an addict themselves, or they will shun it. And David tended to, at least from what I could gather by his writing, is he was tending to shun it. Yes, he tried stuff, but it was not his cup of tea. So he's like, yeah, okay, I tried it. It was all right. I mean, he didn't, smoke pot until he was 28. That's pretty old in today's society. And then again, he only did it because of the influence of the guys around him. We're talking Mason, Hendricks, and all those other guys.
Yes, and speaking of those pictures and who they were and just the whole situation, just that is shameful and extremely disgusting. And, every one of us need to flip the script on each of them, because I guarantee you, I will be disparaged and told, how dare I, do this to this grieving family. I mean, we all had to feel so sorry for Danny Jr. and, it was just, such a nightmare, such a difficult thing to have to later find Paleo and disparage Paleo too, right? And that's a whole nother issue, the animal cruelty in this family and what they were willing to do to Paleo is why they were willing to do this to David. So, I think we need to flip the script and stop letting them bully all of us that they're such a grieving, sorrowful family. And, they need to do all this for the fans, and come back out with a new rendition or whatever. I think we need to turn and look at them if they continue to disparage you all and your work and you're sticking with the case, to basically say, why are you willing to continue to say this about your own brother and your own son? And, I saw some comments made after, his death right away that, Dan Sr. basically just said he killed himself and, that was it. I mean, there was that, and that's what they do. I mean, that's exactly what I watched them do to Kate. And you can't do anything right. It is so shameful these types of family systems. But I was telling Greg earlier that, you can have a toxic system, but it's like a storm or a vortex, is how my counselor and traumatologist is helping me understand this. Is like a vortex, but you may have a hurricane come in and it's a certain category. And so, maybe you just have to board up your windows and be careful and go in your storm shelter. And then you may have, what is the top category, like an F5?
Yeah, category 5 or an F5 tornado or category.
Yeah, right.
5.
Yes. And I feel like this family is, it's turned out to be an F5. And not every family is of this level, but this is a very toxic family and system. And then add all the elements of vulnerabilities and things like little man syndrome, and you can't ever be better than the patriarch, and lots of competing malignant behaviors and sabotage and weird gamemanship and intellect. That's another piece of all of this. These are all very gifted and extremely smart people. And so sometimes when people are that gifted and abused, then you're going to have these components where you have all these competing gifted, people. And so sibling rivalries and that kind of thing going on, which are, very real in this family that I'm in. So, if you're deemed a loser and you aren't, you're not succeeding, and you have a $15 million or whatever, contract with a TV series and brand, and like 2.5 million views, from the perspective that I heard of David Crowley living amongst the Crowleys, Tim and Karen, he was the biggest loser on the face of the earth. And, like, he's so stupid, and like he believes this stuff, and, just no mercy, no understanding, no like, not from the perspective I was hearing. It was just the typical, Kate and Dave are losers and they must be alienated. And yeah, he did this to himself because they have no money. Mind you, you're competing with multimillionaires and people who, money is everything. So the fact that David was stating that he was going to be a millionaire, and I think he was on the road to doing that. I don't think you get to do that in that system. You just don't. And you don't get to move to California. I guarantee you that, because that's a whole nother world. I live in California, and that's the biggest no-no in this family. You don't go to Burbank. My son works, I probably shouldn't say anything, but, you don't do that. You're not allowed to. Only the patriarchs that are allowed, entitled to. There's a lot of disparaging cursing that goes on. I'm talking real curses, like warlock cursing. Whether they understand the power of that, I believe that is what we're seeing too, is they just cursed and cursed and cursed. So I don't believe they will ever, pursue any justice. They don't believe he deserves it. They don't believe he deserves it.
In what you're saying now, it kind of sheds light on a lot of stuff, especially when, and it's been in the medical report this whole time. But again, sometimes it just takes us a while to have that word stick. But that one word settles the entire case, and that's the word marked. And when they put that on David's autopsy, and this is by the ME who autopsied all three.
Yeah.
And so he's stating that he is further along in the decomp process. And if you're further along, you die first. There's no way to get past that. It's like trying to tell somebody that a hammer is a nail. No, that's a nail. It's not a hammer. No, it's not. And it's the same thing here. It is, you can't take it back. They can't revoke what they've said. It's too late. They wrote it. It's there. And to have them, and we know that they know this because people run back and tell them what we do. So they know it.
Okay.
And it's like, but you guys don't give a rat's hindsight? I'm like, if somebody found that about one of my family members, I would be all over that. And you better believe I'd be at that police station 24/7 until they reopen that case. And with David, it's like nothing. But now what you're saying is kind of making sense. What they're
But, Mom Kate has to be, she has to die, in her backyard with an alcohol bottle. And that's very suspicious to me.
Yeah, sitting on a
Yeah.
table on her back porch. That just didn't make sense.
The truth teller whistleblower, saying something is, and probably absolutely in complete despair of what they were doing to her reputation, and making sure she could never see any of them. It's what they're doing to me. So, I mean, it is one of the most just murderous, evil, soul murder things to go through. So, for her to be framed because, she would have been the biggest advocate for him. And of course, this is just all, I'm just really realizing it even further. But, one of the things too, I just listened to some of the things you guys just posted earlier, a couple weeks ago. And you said that his hand was missing.
Yes.
And his right hand. And I think, you can do a lot with someone's hand and frame them after you've killed them. And, you can put fingerprints, you can draw something in blood with a hand, you can, do a lot of stuff with a hand. And so I felt like that is something that is really, really, really damning.
Well, and that's what surprises me, because we've all, thought the same thing, what you're saying. However, the evidence doesn't support that that's what they did. So I'm like, there's none of David's DNA is missing from the house. It's his home. And there's none of it that was on any of the swabs taken that should have been, and especially on the wall. So you would think that if they're going to set him up, they would use, I know it's disgusting, but you would think that they would use the hand that they took to write on the wall with, but it doesn't appear that that's what happened.
Well, that just the way all of this has come down. And then the other piece, I of course want to and have wanted to focus on Paleo and how he's been framed, and the animal cruelty and the whole, just it's a joke that, how dare Kamal be a vegetarian nutritionist, care about, meat and all that stuff, and then their beloved dog is framed with scavenging them. And again, that to me, I've talked about this many times, but the whole dog behaviors, we had a dog when I was growing up that ate a small chicken bone, and hands aren't they splintery, and things. I mean, come on, that dog would have died. And then the other piece of this is, I saw that huge bag of dog food in the kitchen. Our little cat can eat through, and she's fed normally, eat through the cat food, the thick cat food bags. And that house does not look like there was a dog that was starving and upset. And, it looked like there was a dog that was put in there with things that were framed and staged, exactly what you say, Greg. The gray stage. It just is so staged.
After the blood had dried, because there are no prints of the dog. So the dog did not step in wet blood.
That right. The other piece is a dog would be all over the counters trying to get water, like get food. If there was anything in a dishwasher, licking up all those dishes before he would eat his own beloved, masters. And there would have been massive amounts of barking that the whole neighborhood would have heard. I do not believe that dog would have not been barking, and then only someone hears them January, whatever date. That is just ridiculous. With that back door open, that dog would have nudged that door open and would have done all kinds of things. So the fact that they've framed the dog too, I think dog lovers and animal lovers should just put so much shame on them. And then who becomes a hero at the end? Danny Jr. saving the dog. Weird. And then the GoFundMe and the whole thing, and then go to California and try to be, I just looked at Danny Crowley Jr.'s, looked him up on Google. He's on top of the gray state. He's now He's now the picture on there.
You're
So,
kidding.
no. And where's David? He's the picture. I'm telling you what, if they're so willing to disparage David Crowley's reputation and name, then why don't they start, looking at themselves and saying, hey, maybe what we're doing is inappropriate. If they're not guilty, then they need to shut their faces and just go down into, anonymous oblivion and stop disparaging him. They don't say one good thing about the man. They can't even acknowledge the amount of the amount of likes he had, 2.5 million. That's just way, too powerful. That he had a deal, that he had a brand, that he had producers in California. They are such envious people that you don't do that in this family. You're just not allowed.
That is so weird. Yeah, because David, I mean, he was talented. The guy had a gift.
No, he's not for this family.
Wow.
They thought he was weird. No, he wasn't. And guess what? No, the queen bees, the powers that be said these two, Kate and David, must be labeled and out. Nothing you do, nothing he does, nothing Kate did could convince the queen bees and the powers that be that you're allowed to be anything but what they say you're allowed to be. And that must be down, dark, diminished, dehumanized, all these D words, death. So D words, go with darkness, go with demons, all of it. So if there was, dark things going on, the power of suggestion is a very powerful thing. And I believe that's what we're watching with all of this. Loading the language. I did some cult deprogramming when I was, in my field and my work. And you're taught to see, how they load the language. And every single thing that I've seen, from the New Yorker to Herzog to every part of this, is called loading the language. They are directing everybody to that label, and no one is allowed to question that. And I'm telling you, there is violence threatened to us if we even got involved in the case or looked in the case or cared. And then the other piece, I was caring for all the children, the Crowley children, and my own children. And, I was doing grief work in advocacy internationally. And I'm so troubled with how these kids were treated they're not allowed to talk about David Crowley. They're not allowed to go look at that case. They're really not allowed to even question anything. And, some of them were very bonded to him and bonded to Rania, and, not allowed to grieve it. Just water under the bridge is what we were told. Water under the bridge. And if, yeah, oh yeah, no, this is done.
That's vile and disgusting.
Done and over. It's just horrible. You can't. I mean, there's no mention. There's no, and the grandmother is an invalid and crippled and a beautiful woman, but she's a nothing. She's a nothing. Her voice means nothing. So, it's very much a hierarchy system of, very para-alcoholic. And one of the things I told Tim, after hearing his childhood story, I said, oh my gosh, Tim, I think you may have the worst childhood I've ever heard in my life.
You're talking about the grandma of on David's side or Kate's side? Okay, on
David's side, yeah. And, just really, really horrific trauma, horrific abuse, horrific, just cruelty.
Physical, mental?
Oh yeah, all of it. Alienation, cursings. I mean, just violence, beatings. Tim was left alone with his mother to care for her as she was becoming crippled. When he was like 8 to 12 years old, and
just to clarify, Tim, we're talking about the brother of Dan Crowley Sr. So David's uncle.
Yeah, and my sister married him, and that's, I was caring for all their children, and we lived down the street and very involved. And, I knew that Tim was communicating to David, and like his mentor, because he was a producer and himself and wanted to do what David did. And see, this is the thing that I think is really, really important to understand, is that David was, becoming successful, more successful than he should have been, than he was allowed to. And see, you're just in these systems that are not in any kind of therapy or restoration. They just won't see that in themselves, and they'll just be instinctive in destroying the competition, even if it's their own nephews or their own nieces or their own sisters, so they're just a very destructive, competitive way of doing things. So that is why I do not believe you will ever have them care, see justice. And if there's anyone that's involved in the case and continuing it that has a revenge, it would be, like a Danny Mason, who has stated many, many times, this was mine, I was doing this. And there's a lot of revenge, and he's involved in all of the New Yorker and, Herzog the Hedgehog, my favorite character, who states, that all the world is a stage, and they made sure that David Crowley's was. I just question, did they have this set up for a Frame Film Festival that was coming up, that they, put the mockument or the slopomentary, whatever you call it? I just really question the how fast everything was sold to Herzog, how quickly the huge, how much attention it got from the biggies. You don't get that kind of attention. That's very hard. Very hard. And then the other thing that was really questionable to me was they said in the New Yorker piece that Dan Sr. immediately was in scrubbing and managing the videos and all of the the timeline and the journals. So I don't think that that's safe to know whether or not you can even trust those journals.
Yeah, it's clear that somebody had gone, at least what we had received, someone had gone in and had been erasing and then added some, but most of it was a lot of erasing. And you can tell because there were certain entries where it just would, like a sentence, and then stop at a word. And it's
really study the New Yorker and what they pulled out, and then what they, that to me is so, it's just so devious how they handled the selling of it. And then all of a sudden now, the dad and the brother are going to California, and he's on the IMBD, which means like he's a producer and the writer of the Gray State. He gets the dog, it's just, to me, to me, and anyone questioning it is is just so horrible, because they're such a grieving family. They're so grieving, and that the way that they handled the pictures of them posting in the house, just giddy with the goons. It's just they look like they were high on something. High on that was inappropriate. All of it's inappropriate. Shame on them. And this is what they do. And you know what? I'm not suicidal. We're not suicidal. So it's a vortex. It's an F5 family. It's not your typical. And they're doing it to me and my family right now. So they've set it up that I'm a danger, and they've been preparing everybody, and I must be alienated and then alienate the sons. It's all typical beast, predatory behaviors. And the problem is that I'm observing what has happened to the Crowleys, and I'm like, we're not going to let that happen to us. We're going to try with all our might to not let it happen to us. And so, does that mean that I believe that they committed these crimes? I believe the crime is that they will not take accountability for creating this alienation in a family where Kate couldn't go be with her son over Christmas, that everybody was disparaging the mother, not honoring her, because she's a competition to the queens, and she's whistleblowing, and the Kings. And so that's what the crime is. The crime is that something happened in that house. None of us will ever know except those involved. And, you know, their mother and grandmother couldn't go check on them over Christmas and be there with them. That's the real crime. And for anyone to put all of that on David in any way at all, you know, that's what they're trying to do to me and my family right now. And so it causes the kids the adult kids to just, it's so horrible. I can't even tell you guys. It's called parental alienation abuse. It's literally, you know, it's a real psychological abuse, and then emotional abuse, and the words that they put in. So a lot of the second guessing, or if there was anything that David was writing that he was second guessing, that is what was being told us and them. It's like a brainwashing of cursings and darkness, and you're not worthy, and you're a loser, just kill yourself, just, you know, like a constant barrage. And so it's like being targeted. And I don't know if they were possibly a targeted family, you know, that this is something going on that they're studying, like for the Cuban diplomats. A lot of our diplomats are having like a voice come and tell them to do things. And that's, you know, like that is a real possibility. And after looking at everything, you know, I really question all the voices and everything involved to create a perfect storm, and then how quickly the documentary was made and how quickly it was, you know, put into the film festivals, and how quick, you know, who's involved. One thing I would say is really interesting is Tim Crowley taught me something. I was PTA president one year of our little school, and he comes in and he goes, "Oh my gosh, Kristen, do you understand who the PTA is?" He goes, "Because what I do is I always go look at an organization and I go look to the root of who's on the board and who they're connected to." And so, you know, I'm like, "No, I'm not, you know, yeah, I just think it's a, you know, parent teacher association." He goes, "No, it's a lobbying group for like the Marxists." And they go, you know, they're a lobbying group, and they make all the teachers pay their dues. So when I became president that year, we had extra money in the budget from the year before. And so I worked with the principal and told him, I'm like, "Man, you know, I found out this is a lobbying group. It's not even for the parents and the teachers. You know, it's to whatever agenda the PTA is in. They want that agenda pushed." And so these teachers have no money. They have to buy their own school supplies, yet they have to pay these, you know, $40 dues every year. So my first order of business as president was to pay all the dues for all the teachers. And man, when we announced that, right when I became president, the whole group, the whole teachers, like a whole auditorium, they just stood up and cheered and were like, "You're our hero," you know. So my point in saying this is Tim taught me how to go down to the root and look at who's really running things and who's really in charge and who's really benefiting from this. And I think more than even looking at the Crowley family, I think we have to look at the Herzog situation. Who is involved with the film festival? Who is involved? What producers? And go down to the root of Herzog, and go down to the root of Eric Nilsson and all of that. And like, that to me is more important, because then, you know, it was just so suspicious. That is so suspicious to me, how quickly, you know, all of that got such notoriety, and still 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. That may be one of the worst documentaries I have ever seen. It was so bad. It sucked.
Well, I know it wasn't 100% because I voted it down.
Right.
Well, it didn't, I guess it didn't
Everywhere I
count. Because if you go and look at it, it's like 100%. It's like really nothing on Rotten Tomatoes is 100%.
Well, it's like you, Greg. You're doxxed, and I know we have 3 viewers tonight, and you always only have 1.
Yeah,
anything that you ever do, right? And then David Crowley's 2 point whatever million views, they don't get to be acknowledged either in this situation. But Herzog definitely, and the New Yorker definitely noticed his skill as a very gifted film producer. And I thought, oh, that's very interesting, because we would never hear something like that. That David Crowley is gifted beyond anyone else. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. So we have very gifted people in the family in performing arts, etc. And he was not supposed to rise like that. The rise, he's not supposed to.
Not supposed to rise.
No. Mm-mm.
Was this relationship between Timothy Crowley, David's uncle, and him? As David is working on this, is it more Tim Crowley contacting David? Is it more David contacting Tim for advice? Is it kind of a mix back and forth? What is the relationship?
I really don't know, but Tim would be talking to them about the movie and ideas, for hours, like while he'd be working on the yard or whatever, like with the earpiece in. So I didn't know if it was to Dan or if it was to David, but he was like a mentor, from what I understood, to David. And
with this the conversation, what year would you say, if you had to guess? 2012, 2011?
The whole time. So when did he get back? When he went to film school, I think Tim would have been really instrumental in having him go to film school.
Okay.
Very instrumental. So whenever that started, and all the conspiracy theories, Tim was a huge conspiracy theorist, but kind of hidden, because my sister is extremely against it. She's a very powerful attorney, corporate attorney, bankruptcy attorney. And, she did not approve of what he was doing. And so I believe she was very powerful. I do believe that she started disparaging what he was doing and thought it was so stupid, and, just like declaring what Herzog said, and that is, you start going down this road, you're going to turn mad, and then you're going to become the poster child that you never get to question the narrative.
How did Tim feel about that with his wife kind of disparaging David Crowley? Was he disparaging David Crowley too, or was he kind of in the middle?
No, he was a quiet closet. But he was very vocal with them, so like he didn't believe in vaccines, and he would have been totally into, I think, like believing that what David found out, and really, loving it, but not being allowed to communicate that to any of us at the house. She would take him to task, and she hates all of that. And so she thinks, she kind of acts like, well, David did this to himself, and what her attitude would be, even though we're totally estranged right now, and I believe probably forever, but right now she would say, oh, you're crazy, you're going to go mad just like David, because you're getting into, you're hobnobbing with conspiracy theorists, and you're not allowed to question her, you're not allowed to question people. So she's definitely a big part in, I believe, what has happened, in terms of Kate and David's alienation, and then declarations. Nobody in the family is allowed to have any other narrative but what she has declared of them. And so she's a very, very powerful person, and they're very, very wealthy. And so David was just a loser. If you only have a couple million in the bank or whatever, and you only have one house that you own, you don't have properties, and I'm the biggest loser of all. On the hierarchy pyramid, I'm the I'm the garbage can, and nothing I do means anything, so that's what David was labeled.
I don't know, and I'm just asking if it's a possibility. I'm not accusing this attorney, but when we kept asking for more and more information through FOIAs, and then the city attorney had the audacity to send both Greg and another Sophia a letter stating no more information is being sent out, if we are because this is a murder case, and if we get something in, we can then take somebody else to court. they've already adjudicated the case. That entire excuse is the biggest line of BS I've ever heard. It's not legally binding. It's just a lot of legal mumbo jumbo to keep us from asking. And we don't have attorneys to fight that, because a judge would easily turn it over because it doesn't make sense. The case is adjudicated. It's over. What they have is available. So would someone like her have the ability to put a bug in the city attorney's ear? I'm not saying she did. I'm just asking.
She wouldn't care.
Okay.
No, she doesn't care about any of it. There would be no, no, she wouldn't spend 1 ounce of time even.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who did, because like I said, there's a lot of information we didn't get, and everything they sent us, we found where they were screwing up.
Well, I really believe that the piece that maybe is missing is kind of understanding who's involved, who got the money, who got access to all of those videos, and that whole group. That, to me, they are the ones running this. And I think the beneficiaries are, the people who received the money and sold his private stuff to them without his mother's, their mother's permission. And that's a whole nother thing. Why Kate wasn't the one managing her own son's life and granddaughter, and that.
Yeah, why was Dan Jr.
Why was it Danny Jr.? That is weirder than snot to me. And so that's just not normal. And her questioning things, because it's all very suspicious, all of it. So, the fact that she couldn't go in there and protect her son's vulnerable stuff, from anybody looking at it, and keep it secure so that she could run with his vision, and protect his image and protect his reputation, and say, the possibility exists that he was targeted, and this is just a nightmare for her. I just can't even imagine. She was a beautiful, dedicated, loving, amazing wife. Just really nurturing, really comforting. She would have been that comfort to him and his daughter. And so the fact that he didn't have his mother and still doesn't have his mother to defend him, that's such a big part of this, you guys. And my heart just breaks, still for her and the grandmother that's an invalid, having to watch her grandson's name be dragged through the mud still. And like you guys said, I think it is so true. These are the same people dragging his name through the mud that also want to benefit now from the gray state. That is really sick.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if they believe that he's a child murderer and he's such a horrific, he went into madness. Go freaking make your own amazing, tell-all expose. They can't.
Yeah, they're saying that Gray State drove him crazy, but yet they want to take Gray State and make money from it. So it made him crazy, but it won't make you crazy?
Right. Yeah, I think crazy is I think they're telling on themselves, the whole group of them in the New Yorker and in Herzog. And I looked at, the whole Gray State documentary trailer and read, the Wikipedia and all that. And whoever the last statements, just, go back and read some of the statements they make. And I just think that the things that they say are so important, the way they word stuff, and that they benefited and are benefiting from this whole thing. But you know what? They did not, the powers that be did not want that film out before COVID. And
that I agree.
FEMA is involved with a lot of things. So the fact that he had FEMA, the fact that he had the aprons, the fact that he had the demonic Masonic order of the Yabba Dabba Doo, he was doing a tell-all on the orders and societies, and just, It's just gross. The whole thing is sick. It's dark. And, you know, what you guys have done in your journalism and staying with it is really justice. And that's what I'm finding in other cases I'm working on and in, you know, my own personal life, that there's not a lot of justice going on in our country and places. And, you know, unless you know powerful people and your name is Herzog and you can get a documentary done very quickly, there's not a lot of swift justice. And the best that we can do, I think at this point, is what you guys have done, and you have done an incredible job staying with it. And that's justice. That's justice to me, that you guys are, you know, writing about it and keep questioning and what you've done. And I think given this family and the situation, I think that's God's justice. And I was telling Greg, you know, the fact that you guys have stayed on it, and, you know, I have been in the dark. I mean, truly been on and terrified. And so, you know, the fact that you guys have stayed on it, to me, is a witness and a testimony to there's something that heaven knows, and there's light that has to stay there, right? Because God knows, you know, Ranya's blood is crying out forever. Haleo has been disparaged. Kate's blood, Kamal's blood, David's blood is crying out like Abel's. And, you know, you guys are a part of really, really, really positive and good things and justice. And so I think you're a real threat. And they, of course, want to disparage you. Now watch, this is what they do. So you guys are doing this. You've been doing it for a long time. You've had a lot of views, and then sometimes not a lot, but they just disparage who you are as people. You're nothing, you know, just very diminishing and dehumanizing. Instead
That's
of
what's so funny, you know,
Yeah.
because they've sent their goons out, and I'm just like going, y'all don't even know. You don't know how I grew up. It's hilarious. You can call me what you want. You can say what you want. It's not going to affect me. It's not going to make me stop, because
Yeah.
your words are not my
Yeah.
reality.
Well, it's like mafia, you know, it's like what's going on with, you know, different whistleblowers, and you know, they just dox you and disparage you and diminish your work, and
Well, and
you know,
complain on the videos. I cannot tell you, my videos are systematically being taken down by YouTube, and they're you know, somebody's complaint. We got a complaint about this, and so I'm like going, and I can't fight it. I can't even so much as say, well,
Yeah.
here's what they just completely delete everything.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll redo them. I wasn't going to do anymore, but now you're
Mhm.
giving me an excuse. I get to go back and redo them all over.
Yeah, and I think that understanding those tactics, that's, you know, the fact that that's still happening, instead of like contacting you and saying, well, oh my gosh, of course we want to be a part of clearing his name and getting down to the bottom of this. And that's what you're questioning as an outsider. Like, this is just weird.
Yeah.
It is. I'm telling you.
One
It's
of
an
my
F5.
one of my latest videos that was taken down was one that was titled "Bloody Clothes," where I go over the, you know, all of their clothes
Yeah.
that from the medical examiner, and the reason is because somebody said that it was about somebody unaliving themselves. And so that goes against their policy. So they went in and they just deleted it. You have to understand, we're deleting this because this is against our policy. And I tried to write back going, this has nothing to do with unaliving. And it just, of course, didn't go anywhere. And they just
Yeah.
took it right off. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, okay, I'll just do it again.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, you know, people understanding that they get involved in justice like this, you know, justice journalism, that it's definitely a risk, and can learn from you guys. Now, you know, when we lived in Virginia Beach, the headquarters of Investigate Discovery, you know, all the true crime,
Yeah.
their headquarters are there in Newport News, and my family, we actually were actors for them my husband and my son were in Alaska Ice Cold Killers, the true story of Hanson murders that then became a movie with I can't remember the name of the actress, but these were all different reenactment true stories. And I think this case needs some more attention like that, and maybe doing a mockumentary. I was telling Greg that I would love to do a satire on the on the documentary and the Herzog, and I have a character named Hedgehog the Herzog, and I'm really fixated on the just the swiftness of all of that, and really wanting to flip the script and do like a gray stage, just satire with music, and just how ridiculous it is, because that's the point where it is now. And so guess what? Everybody needs to put their big boy panties on and big girl panties on in that family and stop pretending like they're so sad. And, if we end up doing something that's satirical on that stupid Rotten Tomato documentary with Herzog, then so be it. They need to just recognize that other people can say things that we think. If they can say these kinds of things about David and Paleo and Kate, right, and do this, like, why do they get to say whatever they want with no consequence?
That's a good question.
And why are we bullied? And why are we afraid to say how stupid this is and ridiculous and mock it? Because it is stupid and it needs to be mocked. And you guys have been doing that, and that's why I love, 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 Greg, your Gray Stage. I mean, that to me is so brilliant. I think that was a God justice. The fact that you got that book done, I mean, so quickly, that was grace, because they got their money and their part done so quickly, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, you've been totally led by love and light, and I just can't tell you enough how appreciative I am. And I think someone else said this, like, you were with the Woo's News kid that you were, and he said, man, if anybody came after me and I'm dead, and eaten by my dog or, whatever. I mean, he was like, I would want everybody to turn every stone over, to help clear my name. I'd want my friends to fight for me.
David has nobody other than you now. You know what I mean? Nobody, and other than total strangers, have come to his, defense.
Yeah.
And that is appalling. Absolutely appalling.
Very, 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 very appalling. And that is the system. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. They won't even take accountability for the toxic family system that would create, where they would create something like this and say this about their own and do this. One of the worst, most horrific cases. And then not even, really even honoring his service. And like you said, just immediately saying that he wrote Allah Akbar because he doesn't like the Muslim people. And that is so against his character, and that he actually realized the Afghani war was a scam, and he loved the people, and he loved, and so it's just, to me, there's something in the New Yorker article, and it was when the Hendricks guy was quoted, and he was quoted as saying something about the Nordic race or something. And I think we need to look at that, because I feel like that's like the order that they're all working with in Europe. And, there's powers that be that did not, that had to make him the scapegoat. And that's what I'm trying to say. Scapegoat abuse, alienation abuse, all these things are very real. And that is what we're seeing with Kate and David. And, I don't know what happened. I don't know. All I know is that Kate couldn't go check on her son over Christmas and her grandchild. And that's really what we need to be focusing on. And she was questioning things. He doesn't have an advocate. He doesn't have his mother. And it was very weird. because they're doing it to me now. You know, my own children feel like they can't know me. I'm too dangerous.
Why?
So, because I'm a truth teller, like Kate was. And I've been in there, you know, I've been trying to get out of this toxic family system, and I'm labeled and I'm a scapegoat. And that's how this works. So the fact that I'm experiencing it on this level now and seeing the mind games and the label, and then every narrative has to fit those lies in that label. I don't care if you have tons of proof. It's almost like a spiritual force towards that darkness. And if you aren't ready for it to sweep you into its river current, you have no chance of survival. It's that dark. And so walking it out right now and knowing that's what that's what's been done to Kate, and then just, not being able to go see her family, go see them and be with them over Christmas and check on them.
It sounds like you're trying to escape Dante's Inferno. Seriously, it's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's dark. It is a dark, dark, dark case. And again, I think it's an F5 and it's a vortex, and I'm experiencing it. And it's not a David Crowley, it's a Crowley family, issue. And the fact that they want to keep scapegoating him is just, the whole toxicity. So I think that's why you guys won't see justice, why it answers a lot of questions, and just family system studies, and understanding dysfunctional alcohol system families and how they operate is really what we're seeing. And then you have it institutionally, and you have it with our lovely friend Herzog, and Nelson, and the whole film industry that is benefiting from this case. And that's the truth. I mean, I went and looked up the film festival that it was put in, and I think that's all very interesting. Go down to the root, who's involved. It's all the usual suspects. Like think like IRA Roth. I won't say the last part, but Roth, and then they have children. I'm giving you a code. That's a name that's on there. Think Killer of the Flower Moon, someone that just produced that, is on the film festival. So I think that's really important for us to understand, that the people involved that gave them the money and they gave them the access to his videos, and that we can't trust Day One Journal. I don't think you can trust those journals. I don't think that evidence is safe.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, and this is what I've been saying for a long time.
Really?
Whoever did this was so inept. They made so many mistakes.
Yeah.
And they didn't seem to understand that, you can get rid of a lot of information, but you can't get rid of all of it, and you only need just that one piece.
Yeah.
So the one piece of information where somebody accessed David and Kamel's laptop after they were already deceased, okay, you can't get rid of that. I mean, the computer's going to log that information. So we have that, and we know, like you said, you said they probably have. Well, we know by looking at the Day One Journal, somebody went in and started deleting a lot of stuff.
Oh, and inserting.
Yes.
I would say too, inserting, what the narrative was. I think this was set up as a narrative that was going to become, look at the New Yorker article, because they stated what the goal was.
Mm-hmm.
The goal of this whole thing was something that Hendricks said that he and look at the New Yorker article. It's very interesting, and that's where he brought up the Norse stuff, and like, before you die, you have to do this, almost like a mythology, like turning him into a myth and an example. All of that is in the New Yorker. And if we start to understand loading the language and preparing things ahead of time and setting up the evidence, I think what you're seeing is a group of people that knew that there would never be justice, and they had it in the bag. They had it in the bag. And the reason I kind of understand that is I'm going through it right now with my husband's family trust. Was a prolific journalist and whistleblower, and we're experiencing some of the same things. He experienced some of the same things institutionally. And so this is just systems studies, communism, Marxism, all that kind of stuff, bullying, system studies, and taking over. And, journalists are a very important piece. If you study the Holocaust, the person who created problems for the main plan in Palestine, etc., was a journalist, a truth teller. So the fact that you guys are doing this, is very dangerous. And I mean, it's very important justice that you're a part of. And I think it's really, we're the only justice that any of us, common people are going to start continuing to see. So, if we can just keep shining the light on, we have the sorrow piece, but if we can go towards now the satire and mocking the ridiculousness of it somehow, that's what I hope we can bring, a mocking, type of musical or writings or additions to what you're doing already, Greg, and bring it into the realm of just, this is so ridiculous. It's not even believable, right?
Have you ever seen the video that Catherine did called Ordo Ab Chao? Is that what it was, Catherine?
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce
Ordo
it?
Ab Chao.
Oh, I got to send you that one. You'd be
Okay.
very interested in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because I covered a lot of the stuff that you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Mason Hendrix's tattoos, Mason's connection with the Masonic lodges. I covered all of that. Dan narrated it for us. I forget what.
Okay,
what did you do?
Catherine wrote
Yeah,
the whole
I put
thing.
it all together.
Wow,
Yeah,
cool.
it was really good.
It took
It's really
me
good.
months to put it together.
Oh, that is
But
so neat.
here's the, I had
Yeah.
some help who got me started on that, and that was Altian Childs. We were doing a lot of
Yes.
talking.
Oh,
'cause
I love him.
Yeah, I do too. He's like my
Yes.
bud. And so when I saw the 5-hour thing or whatever he
Yes.
did, so we talked a lot. So over a
Okay.
couple of years, we kept
Yeah.
going back and forth. And so I finally said, I think I'm going to do it. He says, okay, once you get it done, let me know. And
Wow.
It's really
yeah,
good. Very
it
well.
was-
Yes, and that, that's a big piece of this. He was exposing that whole group, right? And so we've got to understand that is a very big piece of all of this.
Yeah, because it's when Elton was exposing certain
Yes.
things in his video, it was snapping with things I remembered from the case. And so
Yes.
I'm writing them, I'm going, hey, and at first, when we were going over stuff, and at first he thought, because he was defending David, and then he's like, oh no, I wonder if David was really in this. I'm so sad he was in this. And I wrote him back and said, no, David wasn't into it. He was exposing it, but the
Right.
people
Trying,
around
yeah.
him were in it.
Yeah. And just he was really hitting the nerves.
Mm-hmm.
He was hitting the nerve center on and just too close. And we had to get into this is a warning to all of you that dare hit a nerve center. You're not allowed to do that. Mm-mm. And then we'll disparage you, we'll turn you into a dystopian, all the D words. So you guys being deliverers for David and the Crowleys and Paleo and Kate, you're deliverers because of your determination. And, determination brings deliverance from all the D words, dissipation and darkness and dehumanizing and all the things that David and Kate were experiencing and that you're experiencing and I'm experiencing because we are, really making a difference, even just one by one. Just bringing a cup of cold water to somebody is very important in the kingdom of love. Writing one letter, one video, one view is a very, the mustard seed principle is very, very, very important. And that's what you've been doing. And man, I'm just so happy. And you guys have put them to shame.
Well, I'm so grateful. It's like I'm always teasing Greg. It's like, dude, you're young enough to be my son. So But see, that's always me. I'm always, no matter what room I'm in, I don't care if somebody's 90 or you have a 2-year-old, I'm going to be the mom. I'm the mom.
Right.
And
Right.
so it's like,
Yeah.
Greg's like my son. And what I love about him is that he's a lot, we have a lot of the same personality traits. It's
Yeah.
like, we don't care. Go ahead. Come after us. What are you going to do? You may knock
Wow.
us down. We will get up again, because if the truth is on our side, we are called to put out the truth.
Yes.
The Creator holds us responsible. If we don't speak that truth, we have to answer to the big guy. And I'm sorry, I think I'm more afraid of the big guy than them.
Hey, and that's
Amen.
really evident, and I can't thank you guys enough, because your resilience and determination has allowed me to come out of the darkness. I got back in it right now, but and be able to speak up and walk this out and see what a little walking a mile maybe in their shoes as to what it feels like to be at the cusp of your dreams coming true, and making sure that they're sabotaged, and then you're disparaged, and no one can even say in the family, like, oh man, he served his country. I mean, you just aren't allowed. You're not allowed.
But you know what you just said is so true. Just prior to that is whoever did this, and we all have our ideas as to who it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the whole entire thing was set up and timed, and it was like a slap in his face. Oh, you thought you were going to succeed?
Exactly.
No, you're not. We're going to stop it. And how horrible is that? He works so hard day and night, many hours, hundreds of hours a week.
Yeah.
And they just were so, instead of getting in and working and creating their own successes, when they found out they could no longer ride his coattails, they got even.
Yes. And the number one emotion of the dark bully is revenge. And I think what we're watching is a revenge on him and them. And that is, the psychopath, or, sociopathic, and the pathology of it. And so I think that studying systems studies and revenge and all of that, and I've had to, for survival recently, start studying that and how to deal with it when you become the target, right? And he was the target. So that's the part of it. And so was Kate. And what we watched is them successfully bring those targets down. And I got to be on the inside. And so I hope for all of your listeners and all the work that you guys have done, first of all, that you're encouraged for sticking with it all these years. Secondly, that justice is already being done by what you have done and are doing. And so remember, you said you wanted his name cleared. You're clearing his name. And the only person that is going to be able to clear his name ultimately, and has already, is the Father God. And that's the truth, the creator of the universe, who's the judge of all. He has already cleared their names because he knows what's gone on. He knows every detail. And so that's, the light's already in there. It's just how long is this going to be allowed to be in the dark and get away with it? Well, I think that's not, we don't understand all of the aspects of all of that, but I'm learning a lot more about whistleblowing and truth telling and bullies and standing up to them. But you guys have definitely, led in that, and inspiration. And then I hope to encourage you also that maybe, Greg, getting it like on Investigate Discovery, or like some scripts for some other means of telling the story from the perspective, I don't know. And I'd be willing to collaborate and maybe write some things that could help with dealing with the New Yorker and the Herzog piece a little bit more, and going deeper into why they were paid, why that happened so quickly. I just feel like that's so incriminating, because you don't have, most of the time, like a murder suicide from a military situation. I mean, that it's not common, but it's not like it doesn't happen, right? And
Right.
it's so to have this attention so quickly, and the way the New Yorker worded everything. I mean, it's like they are so mad at him for having 2.5 million views. I mean, that number one. And that he really was talented and he really was a threat. And this is a revenge.
Yeah, and then
They're so-
you have all of these guys and gals who spent a lot of that time doing truth teller shows and things like that, and these guys are trying to expose all of these things. But when it comes to David
Yeah.
Crowley, they all turn silent. So it's like it's not just the
Yes.
mainstream media; it's the
Yeah.
alternative media
Right.
too.
Yes.
It's like everybody got their cue
Mhm.
to just shut up and stop talking about this. Now, I expected that from the mainstream media. I
Right.
did not expect that from the alternative media.
Yes, interesting. But you know, when I listened to Dan Hennon's interview with the producer, the Mike, that was it for me. I was so lied to. We were so lied to. And he was so level-headed, and the way he expressed how David was is so anti what we've been told. And see, that's the piece I think that is really crucial is that producer, you know, he does not believe that David was capable of doing this, that he was in any kind of despair. He was excited. He was writing it, and everything they put in the day journals and all of that, whatever was in the day journals made it look like he didn't have the deal. He wasn't excited. He was in despair. And and that's what they told us, that he was a loser. He'd lost all his money. You know, he wanted to murder Rania because she was autistic. He didn't like her. You know, he was abusive. He was doing all this to Kamal, and you know, he was just off the rails, and he got into drugs, and he just went into despair because there was no hope.
Yeah. No, we were constantly told that these day one journals would answer all of our questions and it would show why David did it. And then we get it and there's nothing in there. David doesn't talk about the deal being dead. And one of the craziest things about the journal is in the 94 pages of the actual police reports, the journal ends on a different day than the journal that we got. So it's like the dates are even wrong. So when you were both talking about how it's like, it looks like the journal had been messed with.
Yeah.
How did the police not get the full journal, and how did they get it later on too? It's just
yeah, exactly. Kind of like the bullet, you know, being found by the
It
goons.
shows up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, after they did their little satanic ritual, you know, in absolute joy and posted themselves. I mean, come on. This is where I hope we can do satire on all of that.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
that is just, it's just so blatantly in our face, and they, you know, that whole group cracks up, and they just think that they've gotten away with it. And the fact that you guys have stayed on it is, no, they didn't. And thank you.
Well, and when they
Thank
make
you.
stupid mistakes, like going back to the journal, like
Yeah.
you know, we all know it's been messed
Right.
with, but then they forgot one part where David wrote at the end, where he said, "I'm so excited. I finally have connected with Rania, and things are so good with us." And that was like
Oh.
September or October.
Oh, that is so
So
sad.
yeah, and he was like, "Yay, I finally bonded with her, and things are great." And
Mhm.
well, y'all missed that one. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Mhm. Now, something that's coming back to me is Allison, the sister, after his death, she was with us at the family house in Virginia Beach. And I'm skilled and trained in grief and trauma. And so I was just, talking to her being real. And she started to cry, and I started to hug her and hold her and just grieve with her. And the way I was treated after that, Allison was not allowed to talk to me ever again. I was too dangerous. Because you don't cry, you don't grieve, you are a heart of stone, and it's water under the bridge, and your brother is a loser, and you just better accept it. And he killed himself, and there's no questioning, and there's no, and all proof leads towards the judgment that took place the day after he did. They went in there, and there's nobody questioning mom couldn't even go and be in the house with the grandchild over the holiday. I'm questioning it. I've been questioning it. I was living it. It's weird.
Speaking
It is
of the,
weird.
speaking of that, when you say that Kate couldn't be there,
Yeah.
then you also said we talked about a little bit on and I believe according to my notes, this was around December 14th of 2014 that David Sr. Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. showed up at a family concert in Southern California.
No, in Virginia Beach.
In
Yeah. Yep.
Virginia Beach. And that was kind of unusual. It wasn't something that they would normally. When's the last time that they had been there prior to then, would you say?
Maybe Dan one time and barely at all. And I just thought it was so odd that the two of them were together.
And were
Danny.
they there for how long were they there? A day?
Couple days.
Couple days.
Yeah. And we all went to sushi afterward, and you know, I was kind of interested in the dynamic. Dan was dating girl, you know, Dan Sr. was dating and they had divorced, and I was very sad, you know, for their marriage to have what happened to it. But all I ever heard was Kate just kept him back, and the minute Kate was out of the picture, he became rich and he got this big deal with China and he made millions. And so he's the king, you know, he's the winner because now he's a multimillionaire. And you know, it's
How
just
was
all
your sister? How was your sister towards Dan Sr.?
well, because he was a millionaire, he was the king now. Yeah.
She never
That's
said
real
anything-
important.
She's never said anything bad about him.
Oh no, they really worship him now because they got rid of Kate and he became rich and successful because they got rid of Kate. And that was all I ever heard about her, is that she kept him back. Now look, it was true. Karen was right and Kate was holding him back, and then he got rich, and then the whole family fell apart, and David is, you know, framed with the murder and suicide, and then she's dead. And it just all dawned on me as it all started happening to me now. I'm like, this is the exact same thing that was happening to her. And
Did
so
you notice? Go ahead.
just the dynamic of, you know, the dynamic of not being, well, a label put on you and then there's nothing that you can do to get it off. It's like if you're in a spider web and you can't ever get the web off, you know, and you're just, and then then you're sucked dry. That's really how I would put what happened to her and to David then too.
Did you notice any difference with Timothy Crowley after he found out David died? When did your relationship with your sister and with Timothy start to really strain or change?
Well, they always have done that same thing. You know, it's a toxic family system, so I'm a scapegoat. So I was always criticized like that and labeled, and nothing you do is right. I mean, they're the kind of people that would be like, you're a slut when you're 5 and you've never, you know, and just, you're a slut, you're a slut, you're a slut. That was my experience. So that's why I'm using that story. So, you know, what was the question again?
Just what was your?
What was my relationship?
Yeah, when did your relationship start to change with them, and did you notice any difference with Timothy Crowley after?
I don't think it ever changed. I think they were doing that to me and are doing that, just like they were doing to Kate and David. And so it was just all, I didn't know it was out in the open. It's very devious. It's very dark. It's like sabotaging and you don't realize it, but you're like you're being butt kissed is how I would put it, is like you're not. Let me give you an example. Tim and I we had swimming pools, and I managed my own swimming pool and he managed his family's swimming pool. And so he was helping me with the filter in our backyard one year. And we were back there just getting it cleaned up and stuff. And he just stops and he's like, you know, because I think it was during COVID. Yeah, it was during COVID. And he's like, you know, we decided in the family and at the court that if all hell breaks loose and there's no food and it's like the shit hits the fan, that we're going to vote that we're going to cannibalize you because you're such a loser.
What?
Yeah, that's what he told me. And, you know, he would say things like that to me. Like
What do you
he'd
mean
take our
by at the court?
Well, the court is like it's like a group of friends that all live together, and they're like all friends and they live in the court. Yeah. So it's like a family thing. So and so I just kind of laughed, but it was just so shocking that he would say that to me, but that really is how it works. It's like a preparation for preparing you that you're the bottom rung and there's no hope once that's determined, kind of like Hunger Games or Survivor. That's why I feel that they're playing a game and it's blood sport, and that it's funny to them and it doesn't touch them at all. If you have ever read Psalm 73, it's a perfect example of how this operates. And Psalm 73 talks about people increasing no matter what, even when they disparage, or it never seems to penetrate them. They never are plagued or punished. COVID makes them richer. They never get sick, and so the innocent person is like, man, nothing ever goes right for the innocent, and I'm just doing all this in vain. And so he goes, it says, to the sanctuary, and he basically gets a more eternal perspective. And then he goes, I'm so sorry, I was a beast before you, but nevertheless, you guide me with your counsel, and I believe that you are eternal and that there is a judgment. And so he begins to recognize that it does catch up to them. But what I'm trying to say is that that's what they were doing to Kate. That's what they did to David after he died, and even before he died. And once you're the target and they're going to put you down, it's a game, and they're very successful. They're very successful at it. And so you get into a state of despair. And I think what we're watching is an institutional